Hello! Hi again. It's once again me, Luke Aurora, and we're back with some more Punishing Grey Raven. I'm very, 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 very excited. I've been waiting to go through this chapter for like a month now. I mean, so I mentioned this before. This chapter, it... Hi, Bunny-chan! Hi! Yeah, so I mentioned this before. This chapter, I know, is really important and really, really long. So what I had been wanting to do is I wanted to wait until I was sure that the English voices for like the cutscenes and stuff were added in, because for the past few patches, they haven't been around on release. I'm assuming this has to do with the fact that they're like speeding up the global patches in order to catch up with the Chinese server, like especially with this chapter, which I think is like insanely long. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a lot of recording to do and not a lot of time to do it. So hopefully they were okay. I'm slightly worried, but yeah, anyway. Now the English voices have in fact been added to all 3 of the new story chapters, and so we're going to be getting in to the first one, Shaper's Ripples. And it's featuring the new frame for Lucia Pyros, which is pictured here. It looks very pretty. This artwork is so pretty. I always think like the login screen artworks for PGR are really, really good. But yeah, I think I'll just get into it, because I do know that this chapter is gonna be pretty long. So I don't want to spend too long. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to spend too... I guess a good way to put it is I don't want to spend too long why can't I words right now? I don't want to spend too long just talking before starting if the story itself is going to take a while. So let's just go.
Please stay.
Here we are. You can see I didn't actually go read them, but I went through like these first 2 things so I could get here and make sure that the voices were there, which I did. And so basically there were a couple of interesting things that I noticed that I'll just point out really quickly. For one, you can see this butterfly here, this red butterfly. It's been like on each current chapter. So like it started on this one, then moved to this one, and then that one. And then also, the very first time I opened this window in the game, there was a kind of interesting thing. I almost like wasn't sure what I had seen because it was like so quick. But I saw a bunch of stages that had been cleared, and then there was like a shattering glass effect on the screen, and it all went away and went back to just this first one. And I think based on like some of the promo material for this chapter, I think there might be some like timey-wimey shenanigans going on. So that might be one thing. And then I also noticed this up here. This chapter is apparently divided into 4 parts, and the one we're on now is marked Commandant first. So I'm assuming first means just the first part. and then it's Commandant. So that's me. But I'm guessing that that implies that there's going to be multiple POVs. So maybe like part 2 will be from like Lucia's perspective or something instead of mine. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I'm excited to get started. Alright. Shall we get going? So, is this up here, Lost in the Misty Court of Time? Is that like the name of this part, maybe? Because I know the whole chapter is called Shaper's Ripples, obviously. But maybe this section is called Lost in the Misty Court of Time. Our first part, Echoes of Nightmare. To them, the worst outcome of this battle would be no more than a hero's burial. Some would not walk alongside them into a world reborn from the ashes. It would be a victory paid for with sacrifice. I just know I'm gonna get, I feel like I'm gonna get so much vocal exercise over this chapter. Because even though, like I said, I was checking for, the voices to be present, in a lot of, the kind of visual novel style cutscenes like these, they still don't have voiceover. It's just unvoiced at all the time. So I'm gonna be reading all of it myself and, trying to do voices. And, again, considering how long this chapter is, could be a while. Oh, don't worry, I wasn't worried. Thank you, Bunny-chan, for saying that you're still here, though. Yeah, so... oh, and I forgot to mention this. Because I saw that it was, separated into 4 parts, I know this chapter is really, really long, so I don't really imagine that I don't really imagine that I'm possibly going to be able to finish all of this tonight. So for now, my goal is just to get through the first of 4 parts. I don't know how long each part will be, so right now, that's my plan. Alright. Let's finally get started! The hero finds a raw, primal joy in their own destruction. They could yield to the decadent comfort that pity brings, but they continue to dwell on the exact price of that ecstasy, trapped in their pain. In Socrates' time of ruin, a stark tragedy stands as the only beacon of hope. Terry Eagleton, Radical Sacrifice. No one really knows when it begins, but you, as Grey Raven Commandant, keep having strange dreams. In the dream, your vision drifts free from your body, floating over the world like a ghost. Sometimes it slips back into the body it's bound to, letting you personally relive the distant past of her. Occasionally, the dream faithfully replays a companion's memories, revealing the life she once described. Or it might show a tranquil, stable world that feels both comfortable and strangely alien. But more often, you find yourself relentlessly chased by eerie shadows, your body slowly dissolving, forcing you to turn away from the light and plunge into darkness. You ascend this strange staircase, pushing onward until you reach the very top. Again and again, you glimpse the genuine end. Again and again, you make almost the same choice. Again and again, you head straight for the same sacrifice. Grey Raven Commandant. Who are you exactly? Can you see beyond the ordinary world, like me? Is all that's left here just a projection, like me? Come, step up to the mirror, Lift your head and tell me. Of course it's me. Who else would it be? Shaper's ripples. What? Why? How? Your vision is murky, and the buzzing in your ears just won't fade. You awaken from a long nightmare to find an unfamiliar street in front of you. It seems there's something you should remember. Something scattered at the far edge of this darkness, still slipping away from your grasp. Where is this? What date is it today? You can hear your ears ringing as you glance around, realizing once again that you've ended up somewhere totally unknown. Why am I here? Commandant! Before the nightmare's icy grip reaches your spine, warm hands settle gently over your face. Lucia. That same familiar face, that same familiar voice. Unlike those solitary nightmares, she's here, looking at you with worry in her eyes. Are you all right? Her question draws your attention to the ground, where you notice tiny drops of blood coming from your nose. It's just a bit of a headache. Lucia fumbles through the medical kit with worries, pulling out a piece of gauze. After staunching the nosebleed, she carefully inspects the situation again. How did we get here? Lucia hears that question and momentarily freezes, obviously caught off guard. Commandant? My memory's kind of hazy. I feel like I know the reason, but I can't be certain. She wears a conflicted look, unsure how to start. Beneath it all lies a worry that words can't fully capture. Is this still about the side effects? Side effects? When we use the key to rewind time, it affects both of us, though it's more severe for you. At first, it's just dizziness, but then you lose a small chunk of memory, or can't figure out if it happened before or after the rewind. Oh, so we've already rewound time. Oh, okay. So, what's your side effect? The mind shift and overload issues. They aren't a big deal as long as the mind connection stays intact. So don't worry only about me. Could you help me piece together my memories? Why are we here right now? We ended up fighting Agent Vonnegut inside the Inver Hetero Tower. Oh! Tap the underlined text for details. So they're doing, like, the same kind of thing that they just started doing in Wuthering Waves, where there's, like, an in-game glossary. That's cool. Obviously, because I've played this whole story, I know what this means, but I know I've got a lot of newer people here, and so this is going to be helpful for them, because they'll be able to learn what things are. Inver Hetero Tower. The mysterious tower in main story Spiral of Kronos that initially only the hyperreal frame was allowed to enter. Lee had gone through long exploration and sacrifice in the tower, before finally changing the red core that brought the disaster, giving it the power to purify the punishing virus like an Inver device, hence the name Inver Hetero Tower. Whether it is a hetero tower or not, the time inside and outside is different. No matter how long you have spent in it, when you are back in reality, the time of the real world is determined by the deviation at the exit. If the deviation is low, then for the outside world, you have only been gone for a very short time. The key can change your arrival time in the real world, to some extent. Okay, that's interesting. Because that information about the key, that's information I didn't have yet. So I'm guessing, like, not only are these little entries gonna be a good, like, catch-up for, or a refresher for people, they might have new information. So I'm definitely gonna look at them. It's time to bring this drawn-out feud to a close. Vonnegut's voice flashes through your mind. Drawn out. One by one, those memories triggered by that short statement flood your mind, each wave bringing a sharp jolt of pain. Commandant! I'm okay. Please, continue. On the way, Cradle joins the fray. I have no idea what Vonnegut did, but he ended up shoving all of us, Cradle included, right out of the Inverhetero Tower. You still remember what Lucia said, though the recollection feels like an all-too-vivid dream, blurring the line between what's truly real and what isn't. Do you recall anything else? Like what? What happened before we went into the... like my frame? You follow the thread of your memories and recall March 30th with ease. By then, it had already been about a year since Lamia carried the egg away from the depths of the sea. A special hetero creature spawned from Vonnegut's plan. The egg Lamia took away that holds Cinderella's dead memory. It has lost all its original features, and only contains Cinderella's memory. We've finished refining the Omega weapon, and Lucia's frame is now fully adapted. She's set to switch into her new frame before April Fool's Day. A weapon developed based on the Omega file, and capable of purifying the punishing virus. Made with great expense, and wears out quickly when used alone. When equipped on a frame, it will become a huge burden for its mind, so the user must have the adaptability of a specialized frame. In light of that, the Science Council calls everyone together for a quick briefing in the meeting room. As you just saw, the Omega weapon now has an even greater effective range and improved efficiency. But it still only works on frames. We're not yet at the point where the Omega weapon can establish its own purified zone, and we have a lot of technical challenges to overcome first. You've all done a great job. Starting next week, we'll give everyone some time off. He keeps his eyes on the monitor in front of him, never once looking up. Lucia's new frame is fully adapted now, so she can swap into it starting tomorrow. There are a lot of unknown variables. Before we attempt entry into the Inverhetero Tower, I'd like to conduct at least 3 months of standard mission tests. As we saw before, deploying a frame in an emergency without proper trials is not only risky, it violates protocol. Pulled into their memories by that statement, no one around the table says a word. As a result, Asimov carries on with his explanation. Unlike the heteromer shard from the hyperreal frame era, this egg is basically powerless aside from some lingering memory data. However, we've discovered it's highly compatible with the hetero creature technology. Using the data from the Project Winter, the hyperreal frame's records, the Phantom Tracer, and our enhanced Omega weapon, we combined everything to use that egg as the carrier for creating an Omega core. Beyond granting immunity to the punishing virus, the Omega core lets the body harness punishing as an energy source, like an Ascendant, so it no longer needs stasis pod recharges and can operate continuously. So, what's our plan once we're in Babylonia? When there's no punishing virus around, the Omega core automatically switches to its backup mode, At that point, just head to the hibernation chamber for a regular recharge. Alright, go on. By building in technology from the Phantom Tracer, the Omega Core lets the user tap into some of the data carried by the punishing virus, much like we saw before with Liv's Imperia frame. I think that's what they meant? Liv. It's also easier to control. Whenever you don't need that data, you can switch the feature off at will. In addition to the Omega Core and upgraded combat features, this frame can turn completely invisible, making it ideal for stealth missions. It packs numerous features, most of them cutting-edge tech used for the first time, so I'm asking for at least 3 months of testing to ensure it remains stable. Thank you very much, Asimov. From behind the screen, he raises his exhausted eyes, only to lower them again. We currently know next to nothing about the Inver Hetero Tower or its internal design. Based on our findings, we suspect it has a strong connection to the punishing virus at its source. We must be fully prepared before stepping inside. Once Lucia completes her transfer to the Pyroth frame, we will bring Plume back in for another round of repairs and upgrades. If anything seems risky, she can switch back to her old frame anytime. On March 31st, after Lucia successfully transitions to Pyroth, the Science Council starts an extensive testing phase, steadily fixing any issues that surface. Like Asimov says, throwing an untested frame straight into combat is loaded with hidden dangers. In the first 3 months, to put the frame through its paces, all her missions involve simple exploration and rescue tasks. Thanks to that, those 3 months become a rare and laid-back time spent with Lucia. During this period, you also went on support missions to hot springs, tree planting, and wine brewing, and visited a variety of scenic spots you'd usually never have the chance to visit. Do you remember what happened afterward? From that point on, the world steadily marches deeper into the abyss. Seems like we overlook a crucial problem and don't prevent it in time. Then, everything unfolds so abruptly. Just like Puglia Forest Park. At first, we were only assigned a straightforward, safe operation. Let's call it a night. Everyone's exhausted. Today, you and Lucia are on a routine escort mission set up as a test, just like you always do. Your goal is to help evacuate the residents from this conservation area closest to the Hetero Zone. Right now, you're still 50 kilometers away. By the time you finish helping them pack up, it's already late. The caretaker brings out piping hot tomato soup and savory, crispy pastries, then shows you over to a cot in the corner. It's dangerous to go out at night, especially since we've got a lot of kids here. He gestures toward the little girl in the corner of the tent, who's dashing over with bright enthusiasm.
Mist, there's also...
She doesn't even finish before tripping right into your arms, almost sending the hot soup on the table flying.
What?
Are you alright?
No worries. The soup... It's still okay, right?
It's saying it's all good. Lucia gently pats the little girl's head to reassure her. The girl turns to make sure the soup bowl is intact, then holds out the rose she was hiding behind her back.
This is for you. Thanks for helping out.
She hands over the flower, then quickly scampers off, nearly tripping again as she reaches the doorway. Take it easy, Aina. These kids are always so reckless. Commandant, Heading out after dark really ups the danger. Besides, our mission is slated for tomorrow. Alright, let's head up again first thing tomorrow. Sounds good. I'll let the others know. Don't forget to drink your soup while it's hot. Thanks. No need to say that. We're the ones who owe you our thanks. The manager chuckles as he rubs his hands, his broad smile deepening the lines on his face. Who would have thought Babylonia would actually send Grey Raven to see us safely, though? Everyone's breathing a little easier now. That night, no one in the conservation area senses the coming catastrophe. Nor do you, lost in your own nightmare. All the building's detectors seem tampered with, so not a single alarm goes off. In that moment, everything descends into tragedy. A red tide pours out of the heterozone like a flood, racing across 50 kilometers of wasteland. Lucia picks up on the threat, but there's no way to save everyone in time. After flooding the conservation area, the red tide presses on, taking out the vehicles meant for evacuation. In just 1 hour, the raging current slams into the already battered buildings, bringing them down with a thunderous crash and leaving no survivors. Immune to the punishing virus, Lee and Kamu rush over to help Lucia look for anyone left alive amid the tide and debris, but they find no one. Lucia doesn't locate little Aina, the girl who brought her flowers, until daybreak, tucked away in a sturdy crate. Spooked by the booming surge of the red tide, Aina curls up inside. By the time Lucia finds her, Aina's body is already in a state of decay. Had everything gone according to Asimov's plan, the tests would have concluded in late October. But now, there's no point dwelling on what might have been. After that incident, the Enver Hetero Tower sometimes shifts back into that blood-red chaotic state from when it first appeared. Meanwhile, the Hetero Zone keeps expanding rapidly as the red tide spreads. The Council puts forward 2 options: send Lucia out early, or step in themselves and collaborate with the Ascendants to buy more time. Let's go, now. We've already lost the clean zone, and we can't let what happened in Kulia Forest Park repeat itself. But just when Lucia ignores her incomplete entry tests and prepares to go deeper, the Enver Hetero Tower abruptly returns to its calm state. After weighing the situation, you decide Lucia should hold off on diving deeper, and stay in the tower's upper levels for more testing. To contain the red tide, you reach out to Luna for the very first time, hoping she'll step in to stop it, or help investigate the Enver Hetero Tower. But she soon discovers she's been sealed out of the tower entirely. The entry rules have been changed. Agent Zero's whereabouts remain unknown. Could she be connected to the Enver Hetero Tower's anomalies? As Lithos mentioned, Vonnegut is missing too. I suspect he snuck in while you weren't watching. Luna coils a lock of hair around her fingertip and makes a proposal. I'll help you keep the red tide in check, and buy humans some time to retreat. In return, once my sister is ready to enter the Enver Hetero Tower, I want you to share whatever intel she uncovers with me. You've been in there once already. Why would you still need intel on the tower? Then, its core was toxic to me. Just approaching it gradually robbed me of my agent abilities, so I never got the chance to dig deeper. And now the tower is changing. It's not the same as before, and I really want to know who can bypass a core like that to seize control of the to seize control of the Inver Tower. That's how things stand. Right. Since Luna and her team of Ascendants have managed to buy us some time, we need to kick off the new intake plan right away. The clean zone was shattered when A1 air terminal its contaminating mimetic went down, leaving Babylonia as the only secure spot. Babylonia can't hold too many people. We took in quite a few during the last Puglia Forest Park operation. Based on our previous records, I've put together a screening process. He takes a moment, making sure no one has any objections. Criteria are pretty straightforward. Candidates must be under 36 and have at least one strong skill or exhibit copolymer adaptability. Should we consider using the Longinus arsenal again to disperse the red tide? At the rate the heterozone is spreading, it'd be pointless to try. Agent Luna also recommended against that when we worked together. She believes that once the punishing virus is airborne, it's even more unpredictable and uncontrollable. Based on Gestalt's estimates, how long until the heterozone spread across the globe? Initially, we only had about a year. The region on the Arctic Route Union might hold out longer, maybe an extra 2 years. Luna's agreed to help push the red tide back, and our engineering squads can help build defenses to slow its advance. That's bought us quite a bit of time. But in the end, we still only have 5 years. Whispers ripple through the dimly lit council chamber. This isn't a proclamation of defeat. We already know how to get into the Inver Tower. Hassan's commanding tone quells the rising anxiety in the room. Grey Raven. Wait, Hassan. I got the name wrong. Grey Raven has never failed us before, and they won't start now. Didn't they miss saving a few people last time? In a council chamber that grows quieter by the moment, a sarcastic comment, meant to be whispered, echoes louder than ever. We'll carry out this plan right now. As long as we keep this mutation under control, we won't be leaving anyone behind. A long, long time later, the Grey Raven Commandant once again faces the hetero creature Chico, still shaken by today's events, and by all that follows. 5 years, and most people stand firm in their belief that's enough time for humanity to seize a lifeline from the ever-expanding heterozone. To them, the worst outcome of this battle would be no more than a hero's burial. Some would not walk alongside them into a world reborn from the ashes. It would be a victory paid for with sacrifice. But if we ask the heroes who are still safe right now, if sacrificing is really the only way to stop all this, how would those heroes answer? I will sacrifice. I hope the world I cherish and the people I love can live on to see a peaceful future. But in these times, disasters demand sacrifices that surpass mere loss of life. They rarely grant the comfort of a peaceful end. Okay, so we're already in it. Okay. Okay. Caged bird in the court of time. For the agent, is this where the final battle will unfold? October 3rd, The rain passes and the sky slowly brightens. On October 3rd, he asked me what day it was. What's today's date? It's October 3rd. The Pyroth frame completes every test procedure, and with everything set, it's time to head out. Amid the bustling crowd, you check Dominic's invitation letter. In hands again. Now activated by the key Cervantes provided. Dominic is the founder and CTO of the Science Council. To most, he is a hero of legend, with his whereabouts remaining a mystery. Grey Raven Commandant once received his legacy. After opening it with the device Nanami made, the Commandant saw a video of Dominic. In the video, Dominic invited the Commandant to carry on his legacy, join him, and upload the memory data to Gestalt. After careful consideration, the Commandant refused. Later, the invitation was activated again by the Church of Machina, making it possible for those originally invited to enter the Inver Hetero Tower. The key. You recall again the day you spotted that letter in the data stream. This world now meets every requirement for using the key. Keep in mind, once the invitation is activated by the key, it can no longer grant the invitee the power to become Dominic. With an activated invitation, you will be able to enter and utilize the Inver Hetero Tower. If necessary, it can also be used to destroy and retrieve the tower's core. Please note that destroying the tower's core will have severe consequences. This should only be used as a last resort. A last resort. Did Dominic, the one who left that letter, already sense that the heterozone would keep spreading? Hello, Grey Raven Commandant. A soft-spoken woman's voice interrupts the silence. She's dressed plainly, holding a bouquet of roses, and 4 others dressed just as simply stand behind her. You're... She lifts her head with a faint smile. She's the same person Lucia saved in the shelter that day. Thanks for coming to send us off, too. Yeah, we all really wanted to see our savior one more time. She gently holds out the roses she's been carrying. Please accept this bouquet. Thanks. I'm not totally sure what the Inver Hetero Tower is all about. I just know everyone says this mission is critical. If it works out, we'll all be saved. She grips the edge of her shirt, trying to find the right words. I've overheard some other stuff, but really, none of it was your fault that day. If Grey Raven hadn't been there, none of us would have made it this far. My dad always said, if the mountains stand, you'll never run out of firewood. As long as you're breathing, you can still do what you want. So, you heroes need to take care of yourselves, too. I will. Thank you. And please take good care of yourselves, too. Take care of myself. Yeah. Seems like that's all I can do. What's wrong? It's nothing, really. I just remembered what Uncle Sean said last night. She smiles, scrunching her brow, her eyes brimming with a deep sadness. I wish I could tag along. Even if it gets dangerous, even if it could cost me my life, I'd still go. If the mountains stand, you'll never run out of firewood, right? That saying's meant for the heroes. We're not the mountains. Uncle Sean always says the heroes are the real deal. It'd be great if we could be the firewood instead. Nobody wants to just sit around useless and end up rotting away. Our conservation area's already been wiped out, so now we'll have to bunk with a bunch of other people. Feels like we'll feels like we'll be able to do less and less. Don't worry. Once we fix this mess, we'll rebuild that conservation area. We're all counting on you. And we'll be right here until you come back victorious. You nod at the young girl, give a quick wave under her serious gaze, and walk toward Lucia. Onward. Hang on, Commandant. Lucia. I've still got a few things I haven't packed yet. Liv stares at the towering pile of crates, looking overwhelmed. There's no way we can haul all of this. I can't decide what to slip into my tactical pack. Should I toss it in another tube of healing gel? Grab 2 extra vials of serum? Or maybe throw in a box of spare rations? Let's give Lucia some healing gel. We should pack something that'll be useful to Commandant. Commandant, I'm ready. Our supplies are pretty limited, so if it gets too dangerous, please don't push yourself. Come back soon if you have to. Got it. Lee didn't spend so much time in the Hetero Tower last time, so I'm sure we'll be back in no time. He stays silent, his face still serious, as he keeps his gaze on the Inver Hetero Tower in the distance. Don't stress yourselves out over this. I wish I didn't have to either. But whenever someone from Grey Raven switches frames, they always end up in some tough situation. This time we prepared thoroughly, and Lucia passed every test. She should be fine. Keep that optimistic talk for when you're back. Fine. Lucia, you too. Come back as soon as you can, and if things get rough, don't do anything rash. I heard Miss Isla and the World Government Association of Art have come up with a bunch of new coding designs. When you get back, let's go see them together. Kind of like that summer, right? Exactly. So don't keep us waiting too long. I will. Lucia lifts her hand once more, inviting you to join her. Onward. Alright. You take Lucia's outstretched hand and, with all eyes on you, make your way toward the Inver Hetero Tower in the distance. A twisted rift, sharp like scissors, waits quietly for both of you. Is the Hetero Zone still spreading? Yeah. There's been a disturbance on the western edge of that clean zone. People are already dealing with it. Humanity is running out of time. We may not have long, but it's still enough. Let's move. The closest companions appear anxious, while those standing a bit further away look on with envy. Despite knowing the risks, they can't shake that sense of envy. Let's go. Hand in hand, you step through the dark portal. Lucia finally exhales a sigh of relief after hearing all the memories retold. It looks like the only memories that remain hazy are those from the Inver Hetero Tower. I'm guessing it's because you didn't have the key on you back then. Or maybe its abilities are limited. We also ran into Vonnegut's assault, so we had to pull out of the tower by force. The key? It's the activated Dominic's invitation. Since that name is way too long, you decided to call it the key once we were inside the Inver Hetero Tower. Oh, right. Now I remember. So, Which thing happened afterward? Once we enter the Inver Hetero Tower, we head deeper to look into everything. Over time, we figure out that the tower can send messages to my past self. But this only works for me as a construct, and only if that past self is infected does it actually get the message. The Pyroth frame can read the punishing virus, which sets it apart. I remember all of this, but the details are fuzzy. Inside the Inver Hetero Tower, the space is much larger than Luna described. It feels like you're slowly exploring a maze-like city on foot, and it eats up a huge amount of time. And then, from what we'd uncovered, you figure the punishing virus actually has a fourth-dimensional property. The tower's time-warping abilities rely on that very feature. We're trying to use this power to change the past, like preventing the conservation area from missing its relocation that night, or stopping the disaster at Puglia Forest Park, and everything that followed with Liv. Or even further, like something that happened during the Kowloon Metropolis battle. But most of those ideas don't pan out. Some barely help at all, and others make things worse. The people we try to save get ambushed en route, and the backup we call in always arrives too late. Suddenly, you said with confidence that the tower was acting strange. Then you used this key to intercept every message sent to the past, erasing all the changes we had made. I remember sending a message to the Lotus frame, but I can't remember whether Alpha got it or you did. It looks like we all get them in the end. Still, those memories are hazy, almost dreamlike. They haven't changed anything, and just to be sure, they got corrected too. We keep digging into it for a long while, until we notice the red tide gathering at one spot through the cracks in the tower. Wait, the red tide? Hearing that triggers your most disturbing memories. All across the floor of the Inver Hetero Tower, tiny cracks are forming, like someone brought the red tide in and then took it away to another point in time. It's too late. You recall that in a dream, the doll from your memories once whispered these exact words. So remind me, how many times have we used the key? 74. Lucia forces out the number, refusing to relive the tears and time lost with every rewind and death. She leaves your shared horrors unspoken, letting these side effects pile up until her memories blur into a tangled mess. So many times. In this haze of fragmented memories, the two of you rely on the power of the key to send precise information back into the past. The tower teems with strange creatures and baffling illusions, and Vonnegut remains in it too. He's forever seeking to fuse you with chaos, leading to several clashes between you two and him. Commandant? She softly calls you, her smile tinged with bitterness. It's all right. Please continue. Okay. As we pin down where the red tide converges, we uncover some traces of Vonnegut's movements. It looks like he's up to something at that convergence point. We still don't fully understand what he's trying to accomplish, so we grab a few samples and make sure to store our findings in the Phantom Tracer. Since we've done everything we can for now, we should probably head back and brief the Science Council. The return trip won't be easy anyway. After that, I'm pretty sure that's when the accident occurred. Oh, right. Do you still have the key on you? Yes. While I was accessing the data, it started shaking violently and fell into the red tide. I picked it up, so I've had it ever since. Lucia produces the activated key and passes it to you. Just making sure. Something so important is safer in your hands. You said the exact same thing when we first scooped it up from the Red Tide. She slips the downsized key, customized by Cervantes, into her camouflaged tactical pocket. As she does, a small origami four-leaf clover pops into view. It's the same four-leaf clover you and Lucia folded while running routine mission tests. This is the one from back then? Yeah, we made it together. And since it's so light, I've kept it with me ever since. She carefully tucks away the clover origami and the key, then looks up, pausing to stare down the street in silence for a moment. You remember what happened after that, don't you? As we approached the Inver Hetero Tower's exit, you suddenly went missing. We searched everywhere but couldn't find you. Only Vonnegut was left inside. Hold on. You're saying I just vanished? You thought once you got through those setbacks on the way back, the only thing left would be your final battle against Vonnegut. But it turns out there's an even murkier stretch of memory you're forgetting. It feels like a soft breeze drifting by. Only its touch remains. You just can't hold on to the wind. I really thought Vonnegut took you away again. But then he told me that you were in the process of dying. In the process, huh? Nothing about life, death, or even time is normal in the Inver Hetero Tower. I'm not sure what he means by that, but I'm convinced he's involved in why you vanished. I was in a fight with him when Cradle suddenly dived into the chaos. She said she had realized that if she didn't kill us, she wouldn't finish what she set out to do. Cradle. All I can remember is how she abruptly turns on Vonnegut. But why is she in the Inver Hetero Tower? I suspect she lurks in the tower all along and hurts you more than once, though we never notice. After all, most of our battles here have been with those hetero creatures inside. The only person who appeared from time to time is Vonnegut. But do those creatures really answer to him alone? Her abilities are way beyond what we first thought. Neither I nor that agent can keep her under control for long. You think Vonnegut is still holding back? Could be. He's on high alert around her during that skirmish. By the way, do you remember how the Phantom Tracer digs up Vonnegut mentioning the Agent Zero from another era? The first agent born by endowing the contaminating mimetic with personality. In the current world, the contaminating mimetic had been locked up in the Gestalt by Dominic for a long time before it was released in main story Stars Ensnared and led to a series of disasters, including the crash of Babylonia's AI terminal, the contamination of the Inver Hetero Tower, and low punishing concentration in the clean zone. I remember it. None of us really got what that meant back then, but after running into Cradle in the Inver Hetero Tower, I couldn't help thinking. Is it pointing to her? Cradle is Agent Zero? What reason can Vonnegut possibly have to hold a grudge against Agent Zero? I thought they were on the same side. I'm not entirely sure, but the moment I met Cradle, she's made her hostility crystal clear, both toward us and those humanoid hetero creatures at Vonnegut's side. She's got a grudge against Chaos, too? Chaos? So that little humanoid hetero creature goes by that name? A humanoid hetero creature created due to Lethos and Vonnegut's plan with Grey Raven Commandant's data. It possesses about 80% of the Commandant's memory data. Lucia furrows her brow, her expression darkening. How do you know her name? Wait, why didn't you tell me sooner? How can you possibly tell her you learned everything about chaos through dreams? And how do you let her know that, in those dreams, you always end up taking the same path? If I told you I found out in a dream, would you believe me? A dream? You're talking about those odd dreams you mentioned before, right? So the reason you're helping Vonnegut is tied to all this, isn't it? What? I'm helping him? You really don't remember? The whole thing's a bit fuzzy. I can only piece together a few random bits. We got into a fight with him in Cradle. He said some weird stuff, and the next thing I know, we're here. I was locked in a tense three-way standoff with Vonnegut and Cradle. The fight went on forever, and it was only by matching Cradle's attack rhythm that we finally pushed Vonnegut to the brink. But then, you showed up on the steps of the Inver Hetero Tower, that humanoid hetero creature by your side, and you commanded me to join forces with Vonnegut. She sighs, like she just can't wrap her head around this outcome. Huh? Me? Command you to help him? Exactly. I was having a really tough time accepting it, but you didn't offer any explanation. You just kept insisting I help Vonnegut take down Cradle. Huh? Maybe you discovered another truth during that time, but you never got the chance to explain yourself. Still, you were clinging to that humanoid hetero creature's hand, as if you decided to go along with Vonnegut's plan, ready to accept becoming one with her. At this point, she anxiously pulls your hand closer, checking whether the spot where the hetero creature touched you is still showing any signs of decay. Why would you do that? What exactly happened? This memory is especially hard to piece together, but it's not without leads. It leaves behind a profound sense of despair. Like every terrible suspicion has been confirmed. Confirmed. If I actually ran into chaos, the one from my dreams, and saw those dreamlike images in real life, would I walk over just to confirm if they're real? While you're lost in these thoughts, a familiar figure darts by in the distance. Chaos? What? Follow her! Together with Lucia, you follow Chaos as you step onto the streets of Constellia. You're not sure why, but Vonnegut's final words surface in your mind once more. It's time to bring this drawn-out feud to a close. For that agent, is this where the final battle will unfold? It looks like there's a lot that's going on, like, even off the screen, but I'm sure I'm gonna figure out what's going on before long. Alright. Okay. Golden Time Court. Like a jeweled palace in the clouds, majestic and radiant, it stands also as a tombstone for a glorious age, vast and desolate. There are 2 achievements. On the city's overpass, a different view emerges, and this is their story. I have no idea what either of those mean. You follow Chaos's trail into the cramped alleys of Constellia, only to find a soldierly figure standing in your way. He's got a purple-haired kid in his grip, someone who seems oddly familiar. Lithos? Sorry. You little punk. I finally got you. Now tell me, where's the guy who took my instant noodles? Hands off her. Stop. Before you can reach for your weapon, Lucia moves in and stands squarely before him. Huh? Who are this girl and the wimp supposed to be? Huh? Lucia hasn't had to deal with such a lowbrow taunt in quite some time. Given what you know about her, if she's not saying anything, she's probably gauging how hard she needs to hit next. These folks obviously won't listen to reason. There's a human among them who can't handle a real heavy strike. Yet they're still in the way while she's going after chaos. Are those two part of that rowdy bunch of employees as well? What are they talking about?
What's with that look? Was I wrong about you?
A gal dressed up like a peacock and a wimp looking all pale. Come on, entertain me with a song and a dance, will ya?
You're not gonna tell me you can't because you're starving, right?
Not yet.
Fine.
Oh, the camera's locked in place. Ah! Oh my god!
You fall back first.
Fine. You could take these 2 boxes of instant noodles.
Are you alright, Commandant?
What about you? Do you need a deep mind connection?
No, I'm fine. Just thought I'd check on you.
Where is this kid from just now that looks like Lithos?
Lithos? Do you know my brother?
Is Lithos your brother?
Yes, have you seen him? It's been so long since he was last back home.
What's going on?
Lithos said Professor Trout was gone. He said he was coming to pick me up after bringing Professor Trout's memory data to Constellia. But he never showed up.
Who's this Professor Trout?
He's our adopter. We're both from an orphanage.
Did he pass away?
Yes. Lithos told me that Professor Trout had gone poof and his house had been sealed off when our adoption process was almost finalized. Lithos went to look for him and came back telling me that he'd passed.
Well, I know that's not true. Because I know from one of the earlier chapters, my character doesn't know this in game, but I learned it through one of the earlier chapters, that Professor Trout is Vonnegut. Would the managers at the orphanage let you guys out?
Not in the past. But they kinda just stopped telling us what to do when Professor Trout said he was going to adopt us.
When did Lithos leave?
Wait, Lucia. She is indeed related to Lithos. And she's going to become Rosa's mother down the road, too.
Rosa? Are you talking about the kid we saw around Asimov?
Yes. She and Rand are the ones that bring the data back for Plume, the Plume specialized frame, if my memory serves me correctly.
So she's Anne?
Take it easy and play nice with her, alright?
So Lithos, your brother, went missing. Do you remember when that was?
When he went to go look for Professor Trout? So, About a month ago?
Any idea why Lithos was trying to help this Professor Trout?
Professor Trout was going to adopt us, and Lithos said he wanted to repay him for that. Professor Trout is gone though, and Lithos has to take care of the things Professor Trout didn't finish.
Did Professor Trout tell you what it is he needed you guys to do for him?
I think it's gotta do with memory data. Lithos told me that memory data is this thing that turns everything in the human brain into data and stores it somewhere else. Some people change their bodies using it. I hope it's something that allows people to change their bodies, though. I really want to see Professor Trout alive again.
Mart Rose. Rare for kids your age to know memory data.
Yep, Lithos told me that Mom and Dad were researchers when they were still around. A lot of our family members are gifted when it comes to science. Lithos knows more than I do, though. Our father said Lithos would have been adopted a long time ago had his mother been a good mother, and that he hadn't been born disabled.
Oh. Yikes. Seems like their father is kind of ableist.
This talent. Is that what this Professor Trout is after?
Professor Trout was just trying to get us out of the orphanage so we could go to school properly.
Trout, memory data, and Lithos. All of this reminds me of someone in particular.
Vonnegut?
How do you guys know this name? I thought he only told me and Lithos this name.
He actually told me this name too.
We're all Professor Trout's friends then, since he told you guys this name.
Another question for you, Rose. Why did Lithos bring Trout's memory data all the way to Constellia?
I don't know, but I think he said it's because there's a secret base here?
Have you found it?
No, and Lithos isn't here either. And I can't get out of here.
Is there anyone else here?
Yes, most of the people are at the art gallery. There are also mercenaries who would come and take our things every now and then.
Let's head over to the art gallery, Commandant. That's where Chaos went missing too.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, oh, okay. PC camera switch? Oh. Yeah, I want the sensitivity to be higher on this. Let's try this out. Yeah, that seems good. I also want to... What was... Yeah, I want to look at the... There are special interactions, but I don't... I'm using a PS5 controller. I don't know if I have enough buttons for this. I can use the middle one. It's a little awkward, but I can do it. Will it let me do, like, simultaneous inputs now? No? Yeah, no, I can't. Well, I've got one. I could always... I could take this away. Because I might not need to. I could just not use the skip button. I'm actually gonna put that here, and then this here. Now I've got 2 of them. That should help a little bit. Should I explore? I don't know. Is there even anything around here for me to look at? The other achievement says something about an overpass. There's an overpass there. Can I talk to these people?
It's dangerous over there. Let's not go over there.
Getting into a conflict with these ordinary people isn't going to do us any good or get us any info. Let's take Rose back to the art gallery and look for chaos after that.
Okay.
Oh boy, this sure reminds me of whatchamacallit. Right, some professor came up with something that's even more powerful than the umbrella. And this thing's finally screwing the world over, yeah?
This is awesome. Now we don't need to worry about doing our jobs or losing our jobs. Would be great if we didn't need to worry about what we're having for dinner.
The world can rot for all I care. Ain't no way Gestalt has enough sweet offers to go around. Even if the disaster containment walls open up and let us out of here.
This is what we get for being in the entertainment industry. The guy at the top might be a huge fan of mechanical arts, but so far he's only found a handful of famous artists who meet his standards. Honestly, compared to those machines that give more bang for the buck, I ain't surprised about being replaced.
Yo man, what the hell is going on? I came here thinking that we're supposed to get the protesting employees to go home. How do we get stuck here in Constellia for days?
This isn't some sort of reality show, right? See those red butterflies and those plaster robots that have lost their minds? They make it seem like we're in a reality show taking place at a haunted gallery.
But people don't die in reality shows, right? I mean, you guys aren't gonna tell me I'm the only real person here and all these dead things are machines.
Hey, these 2 here. They're the trained staff you were talking about.
Holy, get away from me! I ain't done nothing. If you're giving anyone a peace of mind, take it to your higher-ups. We're just here to get you to go home because they're tired of your little protest here. We ain't here to fight you guys over instant noodles. If you ask me, though, I'd say they deserved what came their way. If they all had worked as hard as you guys did, ain't no way they'd have been fired, right?
That voice sounds familiar. I'm wondering if it's who I'm thinking, but I'm not sure.
Those red butterflies. Cradle is likely to be around here. We might be putting ourselves at risk if we try to force our way through now, given how little we know about this place. Should we try to see if there is a way around?
Seems like a good idea.
A floating cruiser. Should we take this and check out the city from up there? I mean, I could carry you, but a floating cruiser seems to be the safer choice with Rose around, in case we run into anything going up. We need an access card. Lee could probably deactivate this thing for us if he were here.
Huh.
Chaos?
That man. I've seen him before. The butterflies killed him earlier.
He has an access card. Why is Chaos pointing out this place for us?
She's probably trying to familiarize us with this city.
She's nothing more than a hetero creature. Don't expect any better of her actions. This card actually works on the floating cruiser. We're good to go now.
Welcome to the Golden Time Court exhibition area, located at the North Fifth Ring of Constalia. I am going to guide you to the art gallery. Please keep an eye on your children and ensure you are seated securely.
Olga.
The towering structure we're seeing is the tallest building in the Golden Time Court, which symbolizes the radiant melody of this era and humanity's vision of sailing into the stars. Inside the tower, every floor, staircase, railing, and decorative element gives off the sound of different musical instruments when being touched, blending seamlessly into the tower's overarching symphony. We have arrived at the art gallery. Please exit in an orderly fashion after the cruiser has fully stopped. We wish you a pleasant day.
Okay. Where am I off to now? Okay, I can't go that way.
Chaos?
Ooh, that jump scared me. Huh? Wait, am I not supposed to go that way? That's an overpass. I'm supposed to look for overpasses.
She's gone. The facilities here have nothing to do with combat. There isn't even a whole lot of life-related equipment here. It's like an artist transcending the mundane. Both their body and soul exist solely for this Golden Time Court. I've only ever seen a commercial for this place when I was a kid. This is my first time actually coming here. It's got a very catchy song, and this is how the lyrics go. Let us sing aloud, harmonizing the melody of this glorious age. Let us move forward, sailing toward the vast edges of the starry seas.
I see.
I've always thought that it'd be wonderful if we could live together during this time. There's no way we can bring back the good old days, but we still stand a chance to make the future great. Let's go, Commandant.
There's the other achievement. Now we just have to get through the rest of the stage.
Watch out for the red tower.
Ah!
Take Rose higher.
Uh-oh. Should we fight them? Ah!
There's no end to dealing with these things. Cradle did this all the time in the Hetero Tower. Let's get out of here before they wear us down.
Okay. In just 10 seconds after reaching the art gallery steps, a surge of red tide sweeps across the street. Keep your distance. Getting too close to that red tide can get you infected. Infected? This must be your first time seeing the red tide, isn't it, Rose? She keeps her voice low as she cautiously peeks out from behind her clothes, looking at the street outside the exhibit hall that's now flooded by the red tide. Her slight silhouette briefly reminds you of the child who brought roses the other night. The Golden Age is caught in the red tide now, too. It must be because of the Inver Hetero Tower. There's no other explanation. There has to be some link to that tower here. letting the red tide flow into the golden age. The catastrophe is only just starting. There are still many survivors, and the gear is in working order. There's still a chance to turn this around. If only we could get out of here, and hand the Omega files over to the Golden Age's Science Council right this minute. I recall trying something like this back in the Inver Hetero Tower. But we don't have the Omega files. All we can do is warn people about what's coming. The second we open our mouths, they dismiss us as spreading rumors or acting out of line. Then they drag us off for examinations, leaving us no way to get out unscathed. Lucia sighs, turning her gaze to the distance once more. It's locked down here. First, we need to figure out how to get out. But there's something else bothering me. If we break the lockdown, does that mean we'll accidentally jumpstart the red tide in the Golden Age? So, about the red tide in the Golden Age, does it happen because of Vonnegut or Cradle? The moment Rose hears that name, she looks like she wants to speak up, but ends up holding her tongue. Lithos' younger sister. It also seems to be a distant relative of Vanessa. Really? Adopted and renamed Anne in Babylonia after separating from Lithos, she became a Project Winter undercover agent along with her husband. After the project was exposed, she died as a result of Corona's conspiracy. Oh, so she got up to some not great stuff when she grew up. From what we found out during our investigation, Vonnegut is still working on keeping Cradle in check without her catching on. So he's probably too preoccupied to stir up any other trouble. Cradle. Back when we first ran into that humanoid hetero creature, she showed an unusually keen interest in human civilization. If the red tide can sweep away what's left of humanity's golden age before it's completely destroyed, she won't pass on that chance. Besides, Vonnegut is keeping a close eye on her too. How in the world did she get tangled up with Agent Zero? That part's still a mystery. Why is Vonnegut so bent on sending us into the Golden Age's Constellia? Remember? He calls this place the Fog. Right before he shoved us out of the tower, he said, "Then enter the Fog, and behold the true threat humanity faces. It's time to bring this drawn-out feud to a close." The Fog? Lucia goes over every bit of data on the terminal again, making sure nothing is overlooked. Exactly. It's like the tower disappears without a trace. Or maybe right now, it hasn't shown up yet at all. That's probably it. When we're stuck in the Inver Hetero Tower, we never manage to send our whole selves to another area. We can only pass along information. I never think we'd actually get out. I still don't know if this area counted as part of the tower's influence before it even showed up. And what's Vonnegut's reason for calling this place the Fog? Has the fog not really taken shape yet? Right. We're still inside the Inver Hetero Tower. It could be affecting time somehow. No point guessing here. Let's head into that art gallery and see what we can find. We already know some of the tower's secrets, and we've got a bit of intel in hand. Our top priority is definitely to get back to our own time. The people who've been hit hard by the red tide in the Heterozone are still counting on us for news. By the way, Rose, did you run into anyone else around here? Darcy is likely back already, and her friends are over in the gallery. He shyly points towards the staircase. We literally just went to grab some instant noodles from the vending machine. And that's when they nabbed us. Let's meet with the folks here first and see if we can learn anything. All right. You stand behind Lucia, taking another look at the city. Right now, Constellia lingers in silence, caught in the twilight of the Golden Age. It shines like a celestial palace adrift in the clouds, stunning and radiant. Yet it also feels like the headstone of a once great era, lonely and empty. So that's the golden court of time. This, like, early Constellia. I'm gonna have another drink of my little drink here. Okay. Part 4. The Loom of Calamity. People who bear different burdens converge, stepping toward the tempest, one stride at a time. By the way, I really like this music. Cradle. How would you describe this era? It's a time of peace with cutting-edge technology. Vibrant and resplendent. Growing up in this golden era, I sense there's more beneath its gleaming surface. Even a lush mountain can have its rotten wood. No matter how thriving the times, there will always be people who simply won't learn. If a flourishing era could truly wipe out human laziness and mediocrity, then we'd be marching straight into a dystopian future. Oh, who's this? Did you know there's a towering structure in the Golden Age exhibit that employees quietly call Babel Tower or Skyreach Tower? It stands as the tallest and most majestic edifice in all of Constellia. Inside, the spiral stairs are fashioned from piano keys and strings. Whenever someone sets foot on them, they guide a variety of instruments to create a mesmerizing melody. To stop a flood of footsteps from turning that harmony into a discordant mess, the tower only allows its music to be triggered in a carefully ordered sequence. Guided by the careful orchestration of multiple composers, the tower's theme changes with every person who steps onto it or lingers there, and yet always maintains a measured, harmonious flow. At the same time, it suggests certain individuals, with certain steps, only create the sound of their own tread, discordant, unable to blend into the tower's majestic harmony. This, in my eyes, is the Golden Age. Cradle stands on a street stained with the red tide, her gaze locked on Babel Tower in the near distance. In the future that belongs to her, she first appears right where that tower rises. Back then, Constellia was a hub of scientific advancement. A future that belongs to her. It seems she was born to another world line? Huh. But now, neither the city nor this era is hers anymore. She must wrest control of the contaminating mimetic, just to recall the fleeting memories of that bygone time. The most primitive form of the punishing virus. It takes only a civilization capable of using zero-point energy for it to be born and contaminate the civilization's most cutting-edge technology. In the current world, it targeted the Gestalt, but ended up being locked up by it. This has led to the incompletion of the punishing virus on Earth, and has greatly reduced its spread and power. Wait, so this is the reduced power of the punishing virus? This is the nerfed virus? Oh my god. She recalls her descent, her imprisonment within the mimetic of human nature, and how she arrived in this new world, broken and clinging to life in Cradle's body. Even now, much of her past remains lost. She can't remember what led to her last failure, and she's still influenced by human nature, feeling a surge of desire and praising the tower's monumental presence. It's breathtaking. She's put a lot in place here, intent on letting the red tide swallow every nook and cranny, until this city is consumed by a sea of red. After all, reaping Earth's civilization has always been Agent Zero's calling. It's about to start. She gently tucks back the wind-blown hair near her temple, casting a faint smile towards the shadow at the street corner. When that time arrives, Chaos, what do you think those two will do? A doll-like hetero creature steps out from the corner she's been watching. I've been looking for you. Has Vonnegut changed his plan again? He still aims to tamper with the red tide by gradually wearing me down through the portion connected to me, right? It'll work, but it'll take forever. Or multiple time rewinds. Cradle, looking completely at ease, steps closer to Chaos, causing her to retreat in caution. But before he's ready for anything, Vonnegut goes ahead and tosses Lucia and that Commandant straight into my playground. He knows full well what's bound to happen, and that I won't hold back. But he still hurries to push them out of the hetero tower, sending them to their deaths. Don't tell me he's already written the three of you out of his original plan. Chaos doesn't say a word. She just clenches whatever she's holding even tighter. Looks like he still won't give up. Well, I'm ready. This city is about to be consumed by the red tide. Wow, got backstabbed. Hi, Kawaharu! You got backstabbed? Or did someone else get back? Oh no, him pushing us out of the tower. Please don't backstab me. She discreetly conceals her next move in this massacre, using provocative taunts to stop Chaos from backing down. Including Rose. Why do you care so much about that kid? Even lure that Commandant here just to help her. C3 Art Gallery, second floor. Madam, are you alright? Rose sticks close to Lucia, hurrying over to a visibly exhausted staff member. It's alright. You're safe too. Stay close so we don't get separated again. I've been worried. She draws a deep breath, finally recovering from the tense fear that still clings to her. Who are these two people? They're the ones who saved me. Oh, and this is... I'm Lucia. Just call me Luke. Haven't seen you folks around before. How'd you get in? We came through an underground tunnel. Once we got out, we turned around and couldn't find our way back. Calling yourselves time travelers isn't exactly a genius move now, but it might help you dig up some info on Constellia. Underground tunnel. Hello, Cole. How are you doing today? You're peeking? I hope you're having a good day. The staff member takes a moment to think, and then voices what Lucia has suspected. Maybe it's near the underground parking area? I hear they're still fixing that place up. Where's the underground parking lot anyway? Mind showing me roughly where it is? Okay, but those mercenaries are hanging around nearby, trying to find a way out. If you head over, you could end up in a fight. What's going on? Why would we end up in a fight? It began as a protest. It was only about a month ago. We got fired. Management wants to cut costs and put more of our tasks in the hands of machines. You're having a good day, Cole? That's good. I had a good day today, too. We really want to keep our jobs, so we've been protesting with everyone else. Because it's actually a pretty decent job. But it didn't take long for some folks to stir up trouble. Went too far. So management brought in the mercenaries. We've been stuck in a deadlock for over 10 hours. And all of a sudden, the disaster containment wall goes up. We thought they were about to pull some new tactic. But it turns out they ended up trapping the mercenaries in here with us too. After that, everyone's been scrambling over food. Once people get hungry enough, they just stop caring about everything else. She doesn't even finish her sentence before the whole building starts to shake. An earthquake. There might be a problem with the underground tunnel. Hurry up and look for the entrance. We've been hungry for days. If you find a way out, let me know. No matter what, we need to get out of here. All right. Darcy? Where'd everyone go? The exhausted-looking staff member, Darcy, gestures to the west. They're probably holed up in building D7 over on the west side. You know, the twin tower with the viewing bridge. The water's still running there, and the bathrooms work. Have I ever done voice acting before? I've been taking classes, but I've only had one professional job yet, and it was a narration job. So I wasn't really doing a character. It was just like a corporate thing. I talked about plastic for about 90 seconds. That explains. Oh! Well, thank you for thinking that I have. It's definitely something I want to do, and that's why I'm taking more classes. But I haven't gotten I haven't gotten a role yet, I would say, like a character. Oh, hi Caesar Alpha 234. Why do I keep saying everybody's full usernames? I should just say part of it. That's more natural. Hi. You can give me a role? Okay. I feel like at this point, you're just saying things and then putting that emote to make them sound like innuendos. And they don't make sense. And that's... I respect that. Either that or I'm just seriously missing the point. But yeah, I'm trying not to stress too much over it. I'm just, well, I have anxiety, so it's I'm, to an extent, I'm in a constant state of stress, but you know, I'm doing my best to work through it. And I think I'm starting to do a better job recently. I've taken 2 voice acting classes recently, and I think I've done a good job at not putting myself down afterwards, because I tend to do that. It would be normal for me to be like, oh well, I probably didn't do that well, and maybe they didn't maybe they said that I did a good job, but they didn't really mean it, stuff like that. But I think this time I've been doing a good job of putting it out of my mind, which is a good change. I'm honestly happy with it. I think, you know, it's growth. I also, like, I haven't done much voice acting yet, but I did, this won't be surprising, I was very much a theater kid in school. So I've definitely done acting before, but that was like, you know, stage acting. It's a little different. How many folks do we have here? We've got roughly 60 people, though I'm not sure how many can still move now. Good looking, proven? Because I was on stage? Oh, you don't have to be good looking to be in a High School Musical. Although, I mean, if someone saw me and thought I was good looking, that would be very nice. I know. I at least know when I was younger, and I was doing like stage stuff, like when I was really young, like before I was 10. Some people thought I was very, very cute when I was on stage. In, you know, like a less than 10-year-old boy way. And yeah, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. And I cannot trust myself to be an objective viewer of myself. So I just don't deal with it if I don't have to. I do think my little PNG is very cute though. And it was made by JP or Nebokeru. Maybe I should type that in the chat if you want to. That's how to spell it if you want to look JP up. He made my little PNG here, and it's very good. I like it a lot. Very, very cute. Go with us. Downstairs is flooded by the red tide. Some sort of super toxic liquid. Most folks can't make it through, but I can lead you across. I'm good. If you're heading out, go on. That Syscon's probably holed up in D7, and I really don't feel like listening to her. That Syscon? What? That's a word I haven't heard in a long time. Syscon? Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Nobody tell her. Yuko Kirishima, that's who it is. As soon as her colleague comes up, she practically can't stop talking. Ever since she got locked up, it's always the same talk every day. No news from her sister, no news from her sister, and still no news from her sister. It really seems like she's worried sick about her sister. Oh, it's way more than worry. Bet you've never seen a total meltdown level Syscon before, huh? It's 3 in the morning and I was about to drift off when she suddenly bolted upright and said, "I'm such an idiot, seriously. If only I'd messaged my sister more back then." She never bothered to call or text before, but now that something's gone wrong, she thinks she can reach her sister through me? I mean, what can I do? I'm starving and cranky and she won't stop complaining. If you had a sister like that, would you be able to put up with it? I think she might be overreacting to the stress, but I don't think that's something we should say. Lucia opens her mouth, but stops herself, weighed down by tangled emotions, and says nothing. Where is her sister? I don't really know. They said they had some bad blood ages ago, and they just stopped talking. Now that everything's gone wrong, she's scared she won't get a chance to see her sister before it's too late. So she's been venting to me non-stop. Anxiety can cause you to think about multiple things that are likely to be unreal. Yeah, very true. I've been there. It's really good at conjuring the absolute most catastrophic worst case scenarios and being like, yes, that seems realistic. Right at this moment, the art gallery starts shaking violently again. We're not going to get buried by all this, right? Come on, stick with us. It's safer that way. Fine. Yuko's more familiar with that underground parking lot than I am. Once we're there, I'll see what she knows. If there really is an underground tunnel, let's hope we can get out of Constellia before it caves in. Alright, let's go. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna go well. Why is everything shaking again? I've got a really ominous feeling. If we don't get the hell out of here soon, more lives will be lost. He pops his knuckles audibly, then circles the hospital bed a couple of times, clearly agitated. Yuko, you've been staring at the floor. What's caught your eye? Chico? Wait, is it Yuko or Chico? Because Chico is a different character, and if that's who this is... The last message I got from my sister. With comms down, I can't even tell where she is anymore. Huh. I didn't know you had a sister. You never mentioned her before. Yeah, she's caught up in her own business. We haven't really kept in touch, so it just never came up. Any updates at all? Nothing yet. The signal's still out. The captain glances back at the woman resting in the infirmary bed. Mona, any updates on your end? Nope, comms are still down. You've checked 5 times in the past hour. Why not take a break and sit for a bit? The ground's shaking over here. We can't just keep doing this. Yeah, it's not gonna work, but asking over and over won't magically solve anything. She rubs her shoulder, where she was hit during the protest conflict. If I'd known we were going to end up stuck in here, I never would have done this. Or asked the boss to send you in, for that matter. Hearing these words of regret, the mercenary captain grows more anxious, pacing back and forth in the infirmary. Come on, there's no such thing as if. You folks at Constellia built that wall so over the top we can't even crack it. Is it really necessary to make it this impenetrable? Yeah, it's odd. I checked the specs on those disaster containment walls. They're not supposed to be that sturdy. But somehow they are. I have a feeling I know why. Because this place isn't real. I mean, or it's like kind of real. It's timey-wimey shenanigans. We're still inside the tower. Hey, boss! They're only halfway through talking when a mercenary rushes into the infirmary, out of breath. What now? Downstairs is suddenly flooded with some red liquid. Anyone who touches it starts rotting all over. And the squad we sent to the underground parking lot still hasn't returned. Got a few folks with rotten legs. Some of ours and some of theirs. They're up on the second floor, can't even stand. We also stumbled upon a whole bunch of weird... He picks his words with care. Creatures? Monsters? They're even weirder than anything we've run into before. We should round up a few more hands. At the very least, let's get the ones who can't walk back safely. This isn't really some twisted reality show, is it? How did things end up like this? A reality show that triggers an earthquake? Good thing Constellia's construction is rock solid. There could be an underground lab below Constellia that's gone off the rails. That would explain the monsters showing up again, and all that red water. Then a little girl, driven mad by the experiments, crawls out of the facility looking for payback. Happens all the time in the movies. Don't scare me like that. Sure, your theory makes sense, but I literally went to that super accurate church last month and had a great luck blessing. There's no way I'm the one this is going to happen to. I guess a great luck still counts, even if it's in your next life. You piece of... No matter what happens, we have to rescue them. I know. We can't just abandon them. We can only secure this building and the one directly across. The streets are underwater now, so there's no way through down there. We'll have to go across the rooftop viewing bridge to reach the other side. Alright, let's split up. Chico, take 2 people and head to the building across the way. I'll go downstairs with the rest of the team. Alright. Chico pushes open the infirmary door and steps onto the observation bridge. It's already dark outside, and the bitter winter wind carries the promise of snow. From the bridge's edge, the 3 of them look down. Beneath the veil of night, the streets glow with eerie crimson. It's a very, very mad world. Mad world. We need to save people first. A crimson lightning flash tears across the darkness, then crashes into the raging red tide. 2 red tide hetero creatures remain locked in a vivid crimson struggle for over an hour now. Cradle's deft fingers glide over the strings, leaving a haunting melody that compels the hetero creatures to relentlessly charge at chaos. Relying on the force field barrier provided by Vonnegut, Chaos focuses on defense and evasive maneuvers. Each time they collide, the underground tremors intensify, and the red tide lets out a sorrowful warning. I'll devour this city any moment now. Are you really going to keep hiding from me? The doll doesn't respond. She just grips the fruit in her hand as the music plays. No point carrying on like this. I've got more interesting things to do. Cradle cocks her head to one side, casually plucking the strings. She exposes her fair neck to Chaos, pretending to be completely defenseless. A crimson surge at her side swirls into a vortex that swallows her up, guiding her into the crack in the street. Even though she knows it's a trap, Chaos can't hold back anymore. She refuses to stand by and watch her slip away, letting catastrophe run its course. The moment their blades clash, a surge of crimson energy, far beyond mortal understanding, erupts. The swirling current immediately engulfs both figures born of the crimson surge, but it carries Cradle upwards while trapping Chaos. Got you at last. She floats above, her eyes fixed on Chaos in the scarlet maelstrom below, like a faint moon watching its own reflection. Do you regret it? You had a better shot if you'd stayed out of sight. But here you are anyway. The girl lifts her hand in victory, ordering her faithful red tide to tear into Chaos. You're not going to answer anyway. So let's just finish this. She lowers her hand, but the red tide remains silent. A strange feeling pounds at the wound on her chest. I see. She touches it carefully, realizing that the fruit Chaos was holding got fully lodged in her body with that last blow. Is this a fragment of your memory? You put it inside me so you can share the Agent Zero's authority, right? Did you get that idea from Alpha and Lucia? Or from Luna and Celine? Vonnegut, it looks like you finally made some progress. Congrats. But you made it way too obvious. At least let me stay in the dark a little bit longer before catching on. The girl lets out a sigh at her opponent's naive scheme. Smiling, she presses her fingernail into her wound and digs out the fruit that hasn't yet fused with her body. There's still a bit of residue left that I can't totally clean off, but this ought to be enough to handle you. Cradle plucks the strings again. Under her limited guidance, the red tide condenses into a dense orb of water. In the next instant, the street crashes down in sync with the deep cracks in the ground, echoing with a deafening roar. Okay, things are heating up. Although, I don't know, like, if this place that we're in isn't real, I feel like a lot of people are gonna die because it might not affect them in the real world, maybe? But this is also timey-wimey stuff. So who knows if this is going to affect the real world or not. Anyway, next chapter. Oblivion Butterfly. As comfort and promises turn to lies, embrace and touch become the sole means to comfort one another. And there's one achievement. That was the last sliver of glory. The ground quakes violently, splitting open to reveal a terrifying chasm. The street yawns wide like a ravenous mouth, swallowing every last thing on the surface. A red tide bursts from the fissure like a spring, flooding the sunken street in an instant. Only surging waves and swirling eddies remain, announcing that the collapse below is far from over. The underground parking lot is already underwater. Lucia holds the human in her arms, flying overhead through this continuously collapsing zone. Watch out! An explosive burst shatters the floors. Lucia shields her head with her arm, twisting swiftly aside to dodge the crumbling wall. Behind her, thick smoke billows, and terrified screams pierce the air without pause. Commandant! She still won't let go of those protective hands around you. We have to tackle the core problem first if we want any chance of helping them. I know. Is there any safe spot left? Let's head that way right now. I just moved Darcy and Rose to the D7 Twin Observatory Tower on the west side. It's higher up, and farther from the underground parking lot, so it's still safe for the time being. We should meet them. Chaos seems really worried about Rose. There could be more going on than we realize. Got it. Hold on tight, Commandant. You reach the second floor with Lucia. Just as Darcy comes into view, the crash of breaking glass rings out overhead, and everything goes dark in an instant. Watch out! Rose! Darcy! What's happening? Darcy's anxious voice echoes through the dark. Stay put. We're on our way. The dim emergency lamp flickers, so you slow your pace and advance carefully. The glow lights up the path with every step. As you scan the hall, your eyes lock on splattered blood and bodies sprawled across the floor. Bodies? They're wearing the same gear and uniforms, just like those mercenaries looking for trouble earlier. Must be mercenaries of some sort. What happened? How did so many end up like this? Don't ask me! I was shocked coming over here. It wasn't here yesterday. Suddenly, a flash of lightning shoots up from below, heading straight for Lucia. She swings her sword in a smooth arc, slicing the lightning clean in half and exposing what it really is. A butterfly? What is it? It's a hetero creature. They're coming in. Before Lucia can even finish, more butterflies surge from the shadows. Darcy, get behind cover with Rose. Pulling back behind Lucia, standing back to back with her, supporting her with your covering fire. A swarm of butterflies floods into the light, surrounding the two of you. Their assault is straightforward and delicate, relying on their small frames and sheer numbers to overwhelm. Thank you for the head pat. If you let your guard down, one slips into your blind spot and sticks to you, almost daring you to slice both it and whoever it clings to. Pull back! 10, 20, 30. The broken wings accumulate around you, creating a crimson circle. Just when you think you're in for a long, grueling standoff, the remaining butterflies suddenly pull back into the darkness, as if they've been given a direct order. Are you two alright? I'm okay. What just happened out there? Hetero creatures aren't supposed to be this smart. It's obvious we're their target, which means someone must be controlling them. Lucia lifts a fragment of the butterfly wing, holds it close to her Omega Core, and engages the Pyroth Frame's Phantom Tracer system. Find anything yet? So it really is Cradle. She's the one who made these butterfly-like hetero creatures. She scans the area again, making sure no threat is left unchecked, before finally lowering her blade. This whole district is now her stronghold. There must be an underground crack linked to the Inver Hetero Tower. That's likely why the Red Tide rolled in so fast. We won't solve anything by stalling. We can't keep the Red Tide at bay, so we need to head back to the tower. Sorry, I was just checking something. If it's really below us, submerged like that, there's no way you'll make it through. If it comes down to it, you head back to the tower first. No sense staying stuck here, right? Okay. I'll hurry and locate the rift leading back to the Inverhetero Tower. Then find a way for both of us to get in. Let's split up then. Lucia suddenly turns toward the east side of the exhibit hall. What's wrong? There's a live signal. Human, armed, heading upstairs. It doesn't look like this person is with the mercenaries. I'm also detecting other signs of human presence in the building. Could it be Yuko or other colleagues? Possibly. But aside from them, I'm picking up signals of other hetero creatures on the upper floors. Lucia closes her eyes and concentrates, trying to sense the outlines revealed by her scans. They're acting strange. I suspect Cradle is close by. Let's divide our tasks. I'll take care of whoever's upstairs. Standard hetero creatures won't pose much of a threat to me. We need to move quickly. Okay, let's establish a regional comm link. Whatever happens, don't cut off communication. Stay connected at all times. All right. Once the comm link is up, Lucia goes over her gear again. I'm off. Stay safe, okay? Lucia's voice echoes from both ahead and through your headset, reminding you to stay on guard. Don't worry about me. Lucia? And the answer to those words is an unexpected hug. Commandant. It's obvious why she's worried. She spent so long reliving loop after loop in the Inverhetero Tower that her body is riddled with lingering side effects. Memories of those shifting pathways, warped spaces, and the onslaught of mind interference and illusions, along with the looming threat of death, still remain vivid. Now, completely unprepared, you landed in a strange city overwhelmed by catastrophe, right into the enemy's carefully laid trap. No one can be sure what might happen next. As comfort and promises turn to lies, embrace and touch become the sole means to comfort one another. I'm right here. The arms around you tighten a little more. You protect yourself first. Just remember, only by solving the root problem can you hope to keep everyone safe. And she leans in close to your ear and softly reveals the most chilling truth. The key is about to get broken. I'd guess it has maybe 2 uses left. No, it might only have one. I get it. My safety comes first, no matter what. Okay, I'm off. Stay put until I get back. And if anything goes wrong, shout for me. Of course. I wonder, am I going to be following me or Lucia here?
I gotta figure out where things went wrong before Constellia gets flooded.
Okay, it looks like I'm Lucia.
Great to see you again, Lucia. I see you're doing a treasure hunt.
Cradle! Can I go through the red tide as Lucia? Alright.
Gather Sunblade! Raven's right.
Ah, I got stunned. I already know how to play this frame a bit, because, well, a bit. I've learned, I think, a lot, actually. But I know how to play this frame because, like, even though I'm just doing this story part now, the new frame has been out for like a month now, and I've had her for all that time. That doesn't work either. Here we go.
This isn't the only place the red tide is coming from. She really is trying to flood this city.
Making headway there? Found where things went wrong? Are you able to fix those cracks, even if you find them? Or do you plan on asking your Commandant to beg Chaos, whom you hate the most, for help?
Okay.
Gather Sunblade! Rise and fly high! Raven's Light! Severed Knife! Let the Lotus bloom! Beyond the mist! And the abyss!
That last explosion got kind of blocked by the wall, but that's okay. Oh, can I open this now?
This door is locked, but there should be a control panel nearby.
Is it not the thing? I walked up to it, and there's a thing. Or does it just say whether it's open or locked? Here we go.
The door is unlocked. I need to stop Cradle from strengthening the red tide.
Ah! Hi. Ah! Ooh. Ah! Ah!
You fall back first.
How did I die?
I can keep going.
Oh man. I really beefed it there, didn't I? I think I'm getting what's going on. It's hard to see all of those AoEs on this red background. I'm gonna try a plasma beam thingy. Yeah! Woohoo! Ugh, but I can't believe I died to such little things.
Gather Sunblade! Raven's Flight! Severed Knight! Rise and fly high! Raven's Flight! Let the lotus bloom! Beyond the mist! And the abyss!
It's a miracle I'm not burning down this hedge maze. Like, really, right? Ah! More of them!
Gather Sunblade! Severed Knight! Rise and fly high!
Pew!
Raven's Flight! Severed Knight! Let the lotus bloom! Beyond the mist! And the abyss!
Oh. This is new. Oh, I can do that?
Say, I can make the red tide go away a little. But you'll have to either catch chaos for me, or lure her to where I want you to.
I refuse. Whether it's you, Chaos, or that agent, I'm not letting any one of you off the hook.
Sure. Go ahead and kill me here. But of course, do keep in mind that we're still in the Hetero Tower's range of influence here. You can kill me as many times as you want. But I'll never really die.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That Cradle is like that, because they said in an earlier chapter, like, as long as the red tide is there, she can probably come back. I gotta have another drink. She is the first Agent Zero, named by Dominic, who descended upon our time. Vonnegut remains quiet, his eyes fixed on the doll that scrambles out of the rift and returns to the tower. He opens his palm, revealing a tiny fruit thrumming with life. Time to face the reality. This is the final fruit. Its creation always takes a toll on your memory, and you've already witnessed what happens when there's no key. Did you already expect we'd fail again this time? Exactly. But if there's even one approach we haven't tried, I know you'd never agree to let that Commandant act as bait, right? This will affect your memory. It's your final fallback. The red tide outside is still surging. Forging that link is the only way to keep Cradle under control. If you manage to disrupt Agent Zero, Cradle's original will take over. You've spoken with her before, so you know there's still a chance to reason with her consciousness. Even in the worst outcome, Lucia just has to use her key again, and return to the moment when you first entered Constellia. As her key has reached its limit, nothing left to use. So have you. I can't handle her authority. It'll only send Agent Zero spiraling even more. Once those two see what happens, they won't hesitate to follow the route you set, even if it means betting their own lives. So, do we have another option? Chaos closes her eyes for a moment, then walks up to Vonnegut and accepts the gooey fruit. It contains a fragment of Chaos's memory, throbbing in her hand like a warm, living heart. Why did it still have to end up like this? With the clash of combat echoing from the terminal, Darcy, Rose, and you make your way to the third floor. As soon as you set foot on the floor, a shaking woman jumps out, gun raised at you. Don't move! Release Rose! Have you seriously fallen so far you'd use a young girl as hostage? No, Enough with your excuses! Before you can utter a calming word, a muzzle flash flares from her gun. You dash over and knock the gun from her hand, the clang of metal on the floor echoing just as a small bullet smashes an exhibit farther inside the gallery. You... Ouch! Hold on. That's Yuko. Darcy! Don't tell me you actually led these people over for just a few cookies, even if you... Oh, so Yuko and Chico are different people. Okay, that makes sense. We're not here to hurt you. We just want to team up with everyone and work together. Believe me, ask the person hiding in the corner to step forward too. Let go of me first, okay? The twin observation tower rocks back and forth as Darcy wraps up her account of what happened to Yuko and the young man standing behind her. That thumbs it up. Oh, and the guy behind Yuko? We'll just call him Barley. Poor guy's had the worst luck. He's from a well-off family, and only took this job to see what it's like. He joined our protest just for kicks. And look where that got him. The young man hesitates, looking like he wants to protest, but he has no strength left to speak. Hey. The underground parking. Yeah, it goes pretty far down, up to the 12th level, I think. But most of it is still being built and isn't done yet. She rubs her freshly injured wrist and notices a swelling bump forming. You mean it's totally flooded? So I guess that place is a no-go. Any other way around? Right, so first... You happen to glance at Yuko's chest, where a tiny froggy hangs. If Lucia's around, she'd immediately pick up on it. Lucia loves Froggy. What are you staring at? It's nothing. Are there any other survivors nearby? Some employees are still hiding elsewhere. That leaves only those mercenaries, doesn't it? The red tide is still rising. Let's get to higher ground. What's the red tide? It's basically a thick red sludge. Its concentration doesn't stay consistent. Whenever it comes into contact with water, it thins out. No matter what form it takes, it's packed with viruses and can be deadly to humans. That sounds like a giant germ-ridden snot. That's a bit of an oversimplified explanation, but, considering the whole time traveler thing, I think we need to just kinda skirt past that. Do you have to make it sound so gross? Fine. Besides that underground parking lot we were just talking about, have you noticed any other weird spots lately? Your concentration on me will stay consistent. Thank you. Thank you for watching. I appreciate the support. This place is weird enough as it is. Apart from the blockade walls, you sometimes hit this unseen resistance. Like there's an ultra-clear, rock-solid sheet of glass right in front of you. So there's something like this on the blockade wall as well, huh? Vonnegut's force field barrier? What? No, that's just my own guess. Wait. Don't tell me you're actually investigators from the Umbrella Corporation! Afraid not. Hang on, 1 second. I need to take a picture of this for my friend. One of my friends really likes Resident Evil. I need to send it to them. Yeah, I have a friend who really likes Resident Evil. But from the way you're throwing out those guesses, it sounds like you know something. She leans down, scoops up the gun that was knocked aside, slips her finger through the trigger, and spins it around like it's nothing. Better let me keep that gun. Alright. Yuko lobs it over without hesitation. That was our final shot. I found this gun with just one bullet left inside. If you knew that, you really shouldn't have pulled the trigger so fast. You're not gonna believe this, but I got all worked up and hit the trigger by mistake. I do. Okay, let's move out while we still have the energy to tackle these damn stairs. I'm not sure if my sister can manage it. Shut it. I'm done listening to you. Darcy, it's normal to worry about your family. She's really not like that. Hey, you guys. The four of you are caught in a whirlwind of debate. Just before you stop, you make your way to the floor-to-ceiling window along the third-floor corridor and look down at the street. In the faint moonlight, the red tide shimmers with vivid, shifting colors, like the stare of the dead. Since arriving at the D7 Twin Observation Building, the water has risen by roughly half a meter and is already swallowing the steps. The red tide is held back by the disaster containment wall at the street's edge, with no sign of spilling through. So far, it hasn't spread beyond Constellia. But that means it won't be long before it floods the ground floor, consumes the whole district, and ensures no one makes it out alive. Even during the Golden Era, putting up a disaster containment wall that could hold back the red tide in an art-centric district feels way too ahead of its time. This appears to be Vonnegut adding another layer of defense for the force field. Is that damned agent really worried about the red tide spilling over? Or is there something else on his mind? How long will these force fields hold? Do they run underground, keeping out any red tide that might seep through the cracks after a collapse? The red tide of the Golden Age, Constellia, every grim warning has come to life. Looking at how these fissures stretch across the ground, it really can send the red tide into either the past or the future. And when you... She looks down, stays quiet for a few seconds, then goes on. When you were badly hurt and everything went dark, did you see it too? Yeah, it's almost dreamlike. I think the sudden red tide in Puglia Forest Park after that fight probably has the same root cause. It really did just spring up without warning back then, and we never saw it coming. Like we missed something obvious. Just like that conservation area. If this keeps up, are things going to get even worse? I'm not entirely sure. The world's basically over and you're still telling me to rein it in? Give me a break. You turn around, ready to tell those three to hurry up and head for higher ground, but they're too busy arguing to notice anyone else. No, I'm just wondering how you've got enough energy to keep talking. You haven't been sneaking food behind our backs, have you? So even a rich kid like you needs to worry about food or water just like us. Makes me think that this whole apocalypse might not be so bad after all. We're all about to die, and you're still caught up in that? How about figuring out how to handle this mess instead? Can't be fixed. Your mind suddenly drifts back to the Inverhetero Tower, where Lucia taps into her Pyroth Frame's power to find the traces of Vonnegut never managed to erase, right at the heart of the red tide. This tower was originally her masterpiece, and my core is simply that agent's form flickers in those scattered records. Whoever he's speaking to remains a mystery. After Lee from Grey Raven altered the tower's core, it becomes almost impossible for her to get anywhere near it. She keeps reclaiming that's rightfully hers in her own way. Even if we try infiltrating using the red tide, we can't match how fast she strikes back. If we let our guard down and she manages to us, she'll unleash that era's. In the records, Vonnegut bows his head and speaks in a voice that's strikingly clear. After all, she is the first Agent Zero, named by Dominic, who descended upon our time. Cradle, Agent Zero, named by Dominic, another era, leaving countless questions unanswered. But after seeing her abilities firsthand, the claim that Cradle is Agent Zero feels much more believable. If that really is the case, then according to the scant clues in those incomplete records, the disaster she's set to unleash could be even more perilous than the red tide. It's so dire that even that overconfident agent, who always seems to have the upper hand, admits there's no way to solve it. Just what could it be? With Babylonia's current firepower and preparations, may truly face a calamity that even Vonnegut himself couldn't overcome? It is too late. Amid these disjointed nightmares, you feel as though you've heard the answer to this question before. In the dream, a small, doll-like hetero creature kneels on the floor of the Inver Hetero Tower, her trembling hand tracing the cracks again and again. So I really can't do anything after all. Her voice resonates like a collective sigh, as if many are speaking in unison. Why have I pushed myself to this point? Scarlet tears run down the doll's cheeks, falling into the crevices. Even in her panic, she keeps trying to mend those cracks, as if she could sew the Inver Hetero Tower back together and stop its blood from spilling. But we're out of time. It's too late. Meanwhile, as Cradle warns, so long as she's under the tower's influence, she can't be killed for good. The fruit might still linger, and Lucia has the upper hand in the fight. Even so, she's completely powerless against a creature that revives over and over in the Red Tide. The two battle for hours, and by the time night settles in, you find yourselves ushering in the new year to the creature's fading howls. Don't rush things. The Red Tide underground still isn't ready. Can't head down there yet. Even if you decide to leave, I'll block your way. And that Commandant will be pinned down by a pack of useless, rotten wood. The only path you can take is the one I've laid out. Unless you're ready to make a choice, Lucia. Team up with me and kill Chaos. I told you, I won't let you or Vonnegut's people off the hook. Lucia grips her pyro katana and lunges again. Cradle quickly steps back several paces, her fingertips dancing across the strings. The music echoes like a moonlit lament, summoning the dead from within the Red Tide. I've seen memory-corrupting tricks like these 100 times over in the Inver Hetero Tower. She swings her sword and shatters the haze of illusions before her, then charges straight at Cradle. Guess those never-ending illusions are all part of your trick, huh? That's right. Because the moment you laid eyes on that Commandant's death, you gave away your biggest weakness, didn't you? Cradle ducks under the slash, using a street lamp as her springboard. She circles behind Lucia with effortless grace and murmurs in a teasing tone. But if I'm going to finish off that target, I've got to get past you first. A little interference in minds can easily pull off the same trick, assuming there's no mind connection. Lucia's blade immediately skewers the head that's still grinning. The gleam of her sword chases the falling form until it disintegrates into a surge of red. At that instant, the entire street shudders. Cracks split the pavement from the collapsed parking lot and race straight to Lucia's feet. She's about to jump clear of the collapse when she spots what's below. Everything beneath the torn ground, those structures underground, has already been swallowed by the Red Tide. A perilous shortcut is right in front of Lucia. Cradle isn't back on her feet yet. If Lucia jumps into this Red Tide-formed abyss now, Cradle just might reach the Inver Hetero Tower again. Commandant! She quickly explains that she's about to lose contact. I've managed to put Cradle out of commission for the moment. The entrance to the tower is probably beneath the surface, so I have to go down there before she comes back. Diving into the Red Tide will fry my terminal, but I promise I won't be gone long. Be careful out there. I will. Whew. Things just keep heating up. Alright. The Arc of Decay. All paths to resolution crumble, like drifting on an arc built of rotting wood amidst the flood of annihilation. And that Commandant will be pinned down by a pack of useless, rotten wood. Rotten wood. You glance up at the folks' cradle labels rotten wood. They're all looking at each other, terrified. So, any conclusions yet? There's no way we have one yet. I thought just finding that corpse on the second floor was enough to freak anyone out. But seriously, that weird red-tide hetero creature or whatnot just showed up downstairs. And now there's one on the 7th floor as well. And that person back there looks like they've been dead for days. Hold on. Isn't that the merc that sneaked in 3 nights ago to swipe our cookies? Yeah. I was wondering why he hadn't shown up for days to steal our stuff. Oh, he's dead. Maybe the mercenaries turned on each other. My guess was the hetero creature. The torn spots on his clothes show rotting flesh. It's winter, so there's no way things would decay this fast. You seem pretty skilled. Are you a cop or something? I guess you could say that. So, what's your real reason for being here? If you're lost, this is out of your way, isn't it? Well... You barely know who they are, so there's no guarantee they'll buy into any of your time travel talk. The bigger issue is, even if you manage to spell it all out and tell them what's coming, you can't begin to guess what that might lead to. When everything went down, we ended up stuck in the subway tunnel after the train shut off. We've been hunting for an exit ever since. The subway? But isn't that way too far from here? I'm not really sure what's going on underground. My terminal's lost its signal, and before I knew it, I somehow wound up here. They glance at the body on the floor, then exchange wary looks before finally turning their gazes this way. You're a cop, so you're probably better at investigating and taking the lead than any of us. What's our next move? Let's head for higher ground if we can. The red tide down there is dangerous. It's dangerous up there, too. I even spotted some mercenaries who just died. Good. The fewer of them, the better. Maybe that fancy custom robot took them out. What? When we first got stuck here, a high-end custom robot showed up to talk with Yuko. Right. It's been days since we run into that invincible robot. Yuko, did she tell you something? No. I have no idea. An invincible robot? She's kind of like... She's just a robot, you know? Some rich folks like to make them look like their favorite characters. Sometimes they'll even do chores or act as bodyguards, but that's pretty much it. Oh, really? I recall you had one with you. Wasn't her name Lucia? She was impressive, able to handle just about anything in a fight. Seriously? A robot that can take on anything? Even those hetero creatures? Yuko, who's been lethargic all along, suddenly looks up with wide eyes. She's a person. Wait, are you serious? that getup she's wearing? It's obviously a custom paint job, right? Plus, it uses this year's hottest design trend. This year's hottest design trend? Yep. I've come across loads of these requests on freelance sites. I see. World Government Association of Art even said this frame's going to bring back the Golden Age's glory when they were designing its coat. So Isla must have looked up some old data for inspiration. That robe... where's Miss Lucia now? She's downstairs, taking care of the other hetero creatures and looking for an escape route. We just need to hold on a little longer. I'll handle whatever's upstairs. By the way, are you sure that robot hasn't gone nuts from the infection? No. She's the same as Chaos. There's no danger for her at all. Rose! Didn't I say to stop mentioning that monster? You know Chaos? Don't worry, Rose. Go ahead. Tell me. I can't exactly say I know her. She's choosing her words with caution. I only spotted her dashing and chatting now and then. I did ask her name once. Anything else? Rose scans the crowd, nervously shaking her head. Only now does she realize they're all glaring at her with revulsion. Has Chaos done something terrible to them? Why do you all hate that name so much? That's a monster. I've actually seen someone's skin decay the instant they touched her. I mean, it's a hetero creature after all. Yuko says that monster's far more dangerous than the occasional street creatures or those berserk work machines. Didn't you just get here? Then how do you already know its name? I heard Rose mention it when I got here, and caught a glimpse of her, but I never had the chance to ask. Rose tilts her head to the side, like she's trying to recall whether she ever mentioned Chaos by name. Luckily, she doesn't ask any further. About that robot. Anyway, getting this news while we're stranded is a lucky break. Any idea where she is? Another set of hands would be a big help. Yuko, you're close with her. Got any leads? Yuko turns her head away and remains silent for a long moment. It's only when the building starts to shake again that she finally speaks, her face set in a cold expression. I don't know. You two aren't fighting, are you? Fight with a robot? Well, it's an advanced custom robot with personality data. It's bound to have its own quirks. Arguing with people isn't all that surprising, right? So, what does this thing look like? Does it have a name? Name? I've never heard Yuko bring it up. She glances over at Yuko, who still doesn't seem interested in discussing it. She's, young girl with black braided pigtails, wearing a green cloak. That's Cradle! The glimmer of hope that just surfaced flickers out in an instant. You want to ask more questions, but you hold your tongue. You're not sure about her ties to Cradle, or if she's already planted the wrong ideas in these people's minds. Blurting out that you know the truth wouldn't gain you any allies, even if you managed to explain everything. Failing to clarify would only stir up more complications. It's just... you can't believe you almost let such a vital piece of information slip by unnoticed. Cradle clearly has the means to reach this city ahead of schedule, which is why Vonnegut put up the force field barrier. She's likely been in contact with these folks for quite some time. But since she calls them rotten wood, you're guessing they won't spill any important intel. Just then, Barley, who's been quiet this whole time, finally speaks up. You look like you know that monster pretty well. Hey, don't you think this is weird? This isn't the first time we've run into those creepy, twisted hetero creatures. We ran into something like them a few days back, right? We still don't know why they appear. Sure, they look scary. They haven't actually attacked anyone. And you. Didn't you say these bodies were taken out by those hetero creatures? But wasn't it the dead mercenary who struck at us first? No, they were just... I don't care how those things operate. I wouldn't get it anyway. I've only got one question. Why did everything go completely off the rails the second you appeared? Do you understand why your squad failed the rescue simulation? You might say it's because human nature is ugly. Fine, think that if you want. Unless you grasp the real cause, you'll repeat the same mistakes in actual combat. The tougher the conditions, the more people start mistrusting everything. Their fear and suspicion will turn even would-be rescuers into threats in their eyes. So what's waiting at the far end of fear? Anger. It's a built-in survival instinct. Anyone can reach a breaking point under enough pressure. Calm them down first, and everything else will fall into place. Luke, you performed well this time. You'll be in charge of the next simulation test. Unknown threats, fear, anger. It's true. You've been so focused on the red tide infiltrating the Golden Age that you haven't explained anything yet. And that Commandant will be pinned down by a pack of useless, rotten wood. So this is exactly what you had in mind, isn't it, Cradle? They really are just ordinary people. You shouldn't involve them in such complicated matters. Besides, messing with what's already happened could cause serious problems. While that idea isn't wrong, we shouldn't skip communicating with them either. Alright. With everyone looking at you uneasily, you let out a small sigh. You were just about to say, I should really explain a few things to everyone, when the twin observation tower suddenly starts shaking again. This quake hits especially hard, causing the lights in the exhibition hall to flicker on and off. Hey, did you guys hear that creepy noise? In the dark, Darcy's voice is shaking uncontrollably. We found out your secret. You're gonna shut us up for good, right? Hell. Hang on. Be careful. Those footsteps belong to the hetero creatures. You can hear them on the upper stairs. Tap, tap. Sounds like they're on the 10th floor, coming down. Now, with the whole place shaking, you can pick up a rushing noise, like a wave about to crash. Quick, head upstairs, now! But there's something freaky up there. The red tide below is even more dangerous. Stick with me, I'll take care of those creatures. What makes you think we have to listen to you? I'm the only one who knows how this monster works. I'll fill you in once we're safe. Shit! Even though they're unsure, they push on through the darkness. Hold on. Inside the exhibition hall, the lights finally catch a break, once again illuminating everyone gathered. It's like every disaster is colliding at this exact moment, with Yuko's horrified look signaling that something terrible is about to unfold. Where's Rose? Where did she go? Could it be one of those hetero creatures? You don't think that monster called Chaos took Rose, do you? She can't have gotten far. Let's split up and find her. Hurry up. We're running out of time. Seriously, we're half dead from hunger. How fast do you think we can move? Just making it to the stairs has already wiped me out. She yells this while splitting off from the others, combing every corner in search of Rose. Forget that kid. Keep this up and we'll all end up dead. Plus, this might be some scheme to split us up. If splitting you up was my goal, I wouldn't have to try this hard. 3 minutes. If we don't find them by then, we'll regroup at the stairs. We're heading up together. Shit, fine! I'll check downstairs. You guys search this floor. And don't forget the bathroom. What about you? I'm going upstairs. Where could Rose have gone? What snatched her away? Why didn't she cry out? Did she not even get the chance to scream? Chaos. The name Rose mentioned. And a very familiar one at that. Your thoughts are racing as you dash up the stairs. The moment you reach the 8th floor, you spot a drop of vivid red blood at your feet, stark and glaring in the faint light. Blood? It's still fresh. You can't tell if it's Rose's, but at least it means whoever's hurt hasn't gotten far. You speed up, tracing the bloodstains deeper into the expansive, silent hall. Each drop seems to fall closer to the next, as if warning you that you're closing in on what's really happening. At the end of the trail, you find a hairpin lying quietly in the corner. Rose's. A cold dread settles in your chest, as though you're plunged into ice. You tighten your grip on your gun, and cautiously move toward the corner where that hairpin rests. Using the wall as a shield, you quickly pivot and take aim at wherever an enemy might be lurking. But in the gloom, Rose's body is suspended from the chandelier overhead in a grotesque pose. Rose! Her head hangs low. The flesh on her face and neck is decayed, marked by 2 handprints, like some hetero creature grabbed her by the neck and smothered her. And then... a soft footstep pierces the stillness. You whirl around to find the pit figure who haunts your dreams, lurking in the shadows. She slowly looks up at the corpse hanging overhead, too stunned to move. Did you do this? Chaos gives a sad shake of her head. What are you doing here? She carefully holds out the small, transparent box, revealing an apple-shaped fruit inside. This is for me? She nods. What's this? Just tell me. I know you can talk, Chaos. It's part of a hetero creature's memory. Why'd you give me this? Cradle's been itching to get your memories. If you go ahead and eat it, she might just end up swallowing both it and you together. So I'm like the cheese on a mousetrap. So, what exactly does it do? She stays quiet, as though she's asking, are you really prepared to face this ending? I'll decide whether to eat it or not, but you have to spell out what I stand to gain or lose. If all goes according to plan, this fruit will fuse with Cradle, making separation almost impossible. That way, I can keep her in check and stop her from freely controlling the red tide. It's connected to the Inver Hetero Tower, though it won't change, even if time is reversed. Whatever happens, good or bad, sticks around, much like the recovering old data, unless she manually wipes it out. But if you swallow this fruit, you're guaranteed to die. No human can survive taking a hetero creature's memory like that. You mentioned you can hold her in check if all goes well. But what happens if it doesn't? People's memories are huge and take ages to digest. But if luck's on her side, she could stop this chat between us. She could spot this chat between us from the beginning. Then, before it's too late, she could extract the fruit. In that case, we'd lose. There'd be no way to contain her anymore. In short, we're taking a gamble here. We've discussed so much, but you've forgotten it all. Do you really still believe in all this? But at least I remember you, and I know who you are. I know exactly who you are. Since you're telling me all of this, you must be trying to stop the red tide, right? Hand it over. You walk up to Chaos. The moment you take the small box from her, a shrill scream erupts at the exhibit hall entrance. What are you doing? I was starting to worry about how long you were taking to get here. That red tide has already flooded the 7th floor. What did you get from that monster? That thing. Hold on. Where did it go? Chaos is gone, leaving no trace behind. Where's Rose? Well... There's no time to say anything. Darcy spots Rose's body suspended in the air. You killed her! She was already... You took something from that monster, and then killed her? Just listen to me. There's no time to get the words out before someone else's fist slams in. It's almost an automatic act of self-defense. In an instant, the attacker is already pinned to the floor. This jerk! Let me finish! When I got here, she was already... My parents are asleep upstairs, so I'm not gonna scream too loud. Ah! Starvation and fear drive her to the brink. Confronted by an unfathomable catastrophe and imminent death, her pent-up emotions erupt in a single furious impulse. She seizes the knife and turns it on you. Darcy, enough already! Blood sprays. The blade doesn't catch you, locked in your own struggle, but sinks into Yuko instead. I knew it! You really betrayed us! Those corpses, you were behind them too! Yuko doesn't deny it. She just clutches her side, wincing in pain as she staggers backward a few steps, then positions herself next to you and Barley. Darcy breaks down completely, crying out as she dashes frantically up the stairs. Watch out! There are hetero creatures up there! Let's go! Go. I'm all ready. Let me carry you. The red tide is about to surge in. Still. Shut up! Barley, stay behind me. I'll explain everything about Rose and Chaos later. But not now. Pinned to the ground, Barley nods with gritted teeth. Yuko stops resisting and allows herself to be carried on your back. Let's go. The moment you lift Yuko onto your back, an agonized scream tears through the air from the stairway where Darcy is. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Oh. Hi. Thank you for the raid, Psycho. Thank you. Hi. Hi, Akakose. Hi, Psycho Reaper. What were you streaming? Did you have a good time? And now that I know how to do shoutouts, I'll do a shoutout. Did it? Oh wait, I did the wrong. It's a slash. It's not a. I'm figuring it out. There! I did it! You were playing Oblivion Remastered? How's it been going? I mean, I know, I've never played Oblivion myself, I've just seen, like, clips of it. But I know it's still... how do I put it? A little janky? But isn't that the charm? Pretty much all of the clips that I've seen of Oblivion have been, like, funny moments of things being weird. But, yeah, thank you for the raid, and I hope you had a good time playing. And, yeah, you came in at a really tense time. Oh, ad break? Ad break. Ah. Tell me when it's done, and I'll catch you up. Hydrate, stretch, and posture check. Okay, I will. I'll take a drink. And I'll do a quick stretch. Okay. Okay, yeah, so, you entered at an interesting time. Needless to say, things are really tense right now. So, I think you've maybe been in here for some of my previous streams of PGR Psy. I don't remember. Hi, Ashfrost. It's complicated. No. Well, kind of. I wouldn't necessarily call it eaten, but it is consumed. It's complicated. Oh yeah, the music's really intense. So, basically, I feel like this is like the point in a horror movie where people start dying and turning against each other or something. And I'm the one character who knows what's going on. And because I'm the one character who knows what's going on, everyone is suspicious of me. Someone got stabbed. There was one of the characters who was with me was a little girl, and she disappeared. So we split up to look for her, and I found her hanging from a chandelier, with handprints of decaying flesh around her neck. And I have a feeling I know who did it, but nobody here knows what's going on, because this is 20 to 30 years in the past, and they don't know what the punishing virus is yet. It's complicated. And yeah, after the adults that I've been trying to help out have found me again, with her body hanging from the ceiling. They naturally thought it was me. So Darcy tried to stab me, and then one of the other characters, Yuko, stood in the way and got stabbed herself. And then Darcy ran off, and now she's being mauled by hetero creatures. Well, mauled, decayed, rotted from their touch. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Oh, but yeah, this is like to kind of give just like a little bit of a brief overview of what this game is. This is a post-apocalyptic sci-fi game. Takes place in a distant future where Earth has been overrun by something called the Punishing Virus. It's this incredibly dangerous virus. It's lethal to humans, and it can also sorry, I'm just trying to string thoughts together while also paying attention to chat. That it's an extremely dangerous virus, it's lethal to humans, and it can also infect machines and cause them to go berserk and like start attacking and killing humans. It's an extremely dangerous virus, and like a lot of the whole playable cast is made up of what are called constructs, which are former humans who were turned into robots to basically become like super soldiers. Kind of like Radical 6 from Zero Escape. I don't know enough about Zero Escape to know if that's true. Maybe? I know that's also like isn't that also a virus that caused like caused an apocalypse basically? I don't know like what the virus did. I only know some things about Zero Escape. But if it's a virus that caused a lot of people to go crazy and murk each other. It is not a virus that causes people to go crazy and murk each other, but it is a virus that causes robots to go crazy and murk people. It just kills people if it infects them. And this is not a visual novel. This is an action game. It's a gacha. It's from the same creators, well, or the same company as Wuthering Waves, if you've heard of that, which I've also streamed. But the story chapters do tend to be, dialogue heavy with long cutscenes. And I get to exercise my voice acting muscles and try playing all the characters. Because a lot of the text isn't voiced. But so yeah, that's a brief run through of what's been going on. There's a lot more. A while ago, there was a random tower showed up out of nowhere and started making things a whole lot worse. But then we made it a good tower, but now it's a bad tower again, and we went inside it, and time is all timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly in here. And God, it's wild. We've kind of gone back in time to before the virus was unleashed, which would have been 20 to 30 years ago. You had to learn about the T virus, the G virus, and all the other viruses to understand how humans turn to zombies or become bioweapons. It's funny because one of the NPCs I've been traveling with, who just got stabbed, asked if I'm from the Umbrella Corporation. I'm not. But yeah, time is weird in here. We've kind of gone back to before the virus was unleashed. But it's it's unclear, like, how much of what's happening here is real. Because to some, we know that we're actually still in the tower. We haven't left. But we are also in the distant past. So, like, what's happening here? Oh, you studied those viruses because you're a necromancer? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Time is a tool you can put on the wall or wear on your wrist. Yeah. What's this virus called? It's called the punishing virus. It's called that because basically people saw it as God's punishment for their hubris. So that's what it's called. I hope that's an adequate summary. Right now, the city that we're in the distant past is being overcome by the red tide, which is basically a liquid manifestation of the virus. It's rising higher and higher. I think right now we're on like the 8th floor of a skyscraper, and it's already gotten up to floor 7. So we're in danger. But Darcy, who just kind of went crazy from hunger and stress, tried to run upstairs and is now getting attacked by hetero creatures, it seems. So to sum up, someone made a virus to punish humanity for their overinflated egos, and some surviving humans get turned into robots to save humanity. Not exactly. They only called it the punishing virus because they think, or like they believed that that's what happened. Oh, good night, Psycho Reaper. If you've got to wake up early tomorrow, get some good rest. Good night. I hope you have a good night. Actually, we found out in an earlier chapter that the virus was sent to our world by a group of higher dimensional aliens. And they basically did it as like an experiment. And apparently we are not the only world they've done this to. They're, I guess, trying to see if we can evolve into a higher dimensional state of being like they have. Yeah, aliens. But so that's kind of the gist of it. And now Darcy tried to run upstairs, even though I told her not to, and because she's hungry and stressed and scared and kind of losing it. And she's being attacked by hetero creatures, I assume. So she's screaming because I assume her flesh is rotting from contact with the virus. Then there's the thud of someone rolling down the steps and vanishing into the red tide. Yep. So that's what I meant when I said they kind of eat them. Dorsey. Come on, let's get the hell out of here. Of course you're getting the hell out. You two are nothing but monster-loving traitors. He suddenly whips out a gun from out of nowhere, aims at you, then quickly tilts it downward, taking aim at the helpless Yuko. Go to hell! Suddenly, gunshots of a different caliber ring out all at once. Bullets rip through Barley's chest and back, and he drops to the floor with blood streaming from his mouth, nose, and wounds. Who's there? A figure dressed in a mercenary's uniform quickly emerges from the darkness. It's me. I noticed he was about to attack you, so... A mercenary? What are you up to this time? We need to head upstairs right away. The red tide's almost here. No. Just go. I'll keep this guy busy. Yuko presses a hand over her wound and forces herself upright. as though she's about to pour all of her pent-up anger into the figure before her. The voice acting is good, thank you. I'm doing my best. I can't be too loud because my parents are asleep upstairs. I'm already a little worried that I've maybe been a little too noisy. Yet the mercenary just stands there, eyes fixed on Yuko, not moving an inch. Go! Hurry! She staggers forward, almost collapsing at the mercenary's feet, and only then does the mercenary finally take off her protective mask. Yuko, it's me. Huh. I knew it! I knew it was the same Chico. Wait, why are they called? Why is... No, she's Chico. That's wrong. Chico. Chico? Why are you here? Chico is a character I know from the future. Or, I guess, not exactly the future. From my time. She dies horribly. She gets, turned into a horrible monster out at sea, and we have to put her down like Old Yeller. Chapter 8 of this chapter, Shaper's Ripples. How can you transform into a butterfly? By me. Helping your voice, you can drink melted gelatin, like melted gummy bears, to help not strain your vocals as much. Oh, I never heard of that. So you can see from this arrow here, this is going to be the end of this first part of the chapter. This chapter is extremely long, I'm pretty sure, and you can see here it's got 4 different parts. I'm probably gonna stop at the end of part 1 tonight. Oh, your husband took theater in high school and that's what he did? Really? I was in theater in high school too, but I never learned that. They must have known more chicks where your husband went to school. Is the game based on choice? No. It's not one of those. It's more of an action game. But considering that this is going to be another, like, all cutscene thing, you're not going to see any action immediately. It's a really good action game, though. It's got really, really, really good combat. The music is incredible. I mean, listen to this. It's really good. The music is incredible, especially if you like trance music, which I really do. Yay, theater kids! You wanted to take it, but you were too scared? Aww. Aww. But I also get that. Like, I've been in theater since I was 5. Oh, you'll try it out? Yeah, you should! Keep in mind, though, that it is a gacha game. Which means that you have to, like, roll for characters. If that's something you're not interested in, do be aware. Because not everyone wants to play games like that, and I completely understand. But I'm really enjoying it, and I've been enjoying it for a few years now. Yeah, this game has a really good soundtrack. And about being too scared to do theater, I totally get that. Because I've been doing theater since I was like 5. I did like a summer like kids theater thing in my town. And the first 2 years I did it, I was too scared to do any auditions. I just I still wanted to be in the show, but I was way too scared to audition in front of people. I was scared I was going to do a bad job. And so I just asked the like people running it, like, or I guess my mom asked for me, if I could still be in the show and just take a chorus part. So that's what I did for the first 2 years. But then when I was 7, I worked up the courage to do it. Actually, was it when I was 7 or when I was 8? I might have started when I was 6, actually. But the exact number doesn't matter. Anyway, I guess actually, maybe before we move on, I'll quickly show you a little bit of combat. I'll do this. This is the character that this current chapter is kind of focused on. Her name is Lucia. She's the first character you ever get, but this is a new frame of hers that just came out. Oh, you've auditioned before, but you messed up so bad on one line, and you got insanely embarrassed and never went back. I totally understand. I've had a panic attack during an audition before, so I completely get it. This is just like a trial stage, so it'll be quick.
Is this the target? I'm going in.
And I'm just gonna use Lucia. Why don't I have enough energy? Oh, when did I get the whole thing? Oh, I see.
Keep fighting till suffering's grip loosens its hold.
Because that was just a little trial stage. I figured I'd do that because I don't know if I'm gonna do any more, like, actual combat tonight, because this is the last little section of this part, and I'm probably gonna end after this. But so, anyway. How can you transform into a butterfly? By me. Having dispatched the hetero creature in front of her, Chico carefully lowers Yuko, who's been on her back, and pauses for a quick breather. We've got 14 more floors before we hit the highest observation deck. Let's take a quick break. Yuko's wound won't stop bleeding. She's checking Yuko's stomach wound, all the while keeping an ear out for any signs of trouble. Okay, let's take a break then. The further up we go, the more of those creatures we'll run into. Thanks for everything along the way, Chico. She raises her head in mild surprise when she hears that name. If you want to thank me, then first tell me what's going on here. You look like you've got more info than I do. Sure. You give a rundown of the Red Tide, the hetero creatures, the punishing virus, and what's happening outside Constellia. They both listen very carefully. It doesn't look like this disaster will blow over in a year or so. Yes. This is only the start of the crisis. How do you know all this? And why are you calling me Chico instead of Kirishima? If I said I've just returned from the future, would you buy it? Sure. I don't see any other explanation. You're really from the future? Does that mean you can still turn things around in Constellia and save us? The key is about to get broken. I'd guess it has maybe 2 uses left. No, it might only have 1. I can't guarantee that. Since you've arrived here from the future, you must already know what our fate will be today, right? Yeah, neither of you will die here. No, that's not true. Because Rose wasn't supposed to die here either. But she did. In the future, both you and your sister will become constructs. Yuko joins the support force, while you join the purifying force. Not bad at all. So what happens after that? You rise to vice captain and earn everyone's trust. Then, during one of your search operations, you're killed in action. Did my sacrifice give everyone else the opportunity they needed? You managed to hold off the catastrophe, save your friend, and with your help, we also got our hands on some critical intel. Great. Looks like I gotta make sure I pull through today. If I drop here, I wouldn't be any use to anyone. Sis... you... Nothing surprising there. Mom is that way, and so am I. The instant I saw your wound, I got it. Those who are cornered often cling to sacrifice as their proudest virtue. Dense red tide floods the tunnel below, leaving Lucia nearly blind. With her senses dulled by the punishing virus's intense concentration, she follows her scouted route and presses forward through the red tide. Even with all these hurdles, a familiar red silhouette breaks through the tide with ease, surging straight at her with murderous resolve. Cradle? Lucia whips around, her blade erupting with a sharp clang that lingers in the air. Cradle staggers back, but in the blink of an eye, swings her scythe again with a scornful chuckle. Under the crimson surge, both blades clash and strain, vibrating until they unleash a shrill, prolonged ring. The clash reverberates and echoes, cycling over and over without pause. Oh! Ah! Hi, Kieran! Thank you for the raid, and thank you for the congratulations! I gotta say hi to everybody else too. Hi, Alvin M. Hi, Reisna. Hi, Oreo. Sorry if I'm not saying that right. And thank you for subscribing, Kieran! Oh my gosh! Ah! You're my very 3rd subscriber. Thank you very much. Both for this support and just like, you know, all of the other support that you've shown me, because you've given me a lot of support over the months that I've been streaming. Thank you for coming. I'm playing some Punishing Grey Raven, doing another new main story chapter. Things are bad, things are tense. I mean, I guess that's often true in this game, being a post-apocalyptic sci-fi thing, but things are really bad this time. And I'm probably going to end after this little section here. But if you want to stick around with me while I go through the rest of this little story, visual novel style cutscene thingy, I'd be happy if you did. And you can listen to me try to do the voices for all the characters. Oh, and also, before I start, what were you streaming, Kieran? Did you have fun? Because I don't know if I saw a notification. Oh, you were doing more Fire Emblem? I keep getting them mixed up. Is the one you're on now Path of Radiance or Radiant Dawn? I think it's the second. I think it's Radiant Dawn, right? Gadiant Dawn. Yes. I'm sorry I got the name wrong. But did you have a good time? Did you get to see Ike at all? or anybody else who you might want to look upon. I'm gonna take a drink. You had fun? No Ike yet, but you're excited to see punishing gay Raven. Are you? Yay! Well then let's get into it. Right now, Lucia is running through an underground tunnel that's being flooded with red tide and fighting Cradle, the will of the punishing virus. It's complicated. We're inside a big, weird tower where time is wibbly wobbly, and we're like 20 to 30 years in the past. It's weird, it's complicated, and Lucia is trying to leave the past and get back into like the tower. And then she's hopefully going to come back for me. But it seems like I'm in a really bad situation. At last, the surging red tide engulfs every piercing sound, turning them into a low, ominous roar. The fruit residue is finally wiped out. Now I'm done holding back. The scythe skims the construct's cheek, its sharp gleam sparking the red glow in Lucia's eyes. Shedding fluid whips from the ground, stretched into a thin strand by her swift movement, then dissolves into the endless red tide. Out of the way! Thrusters ignite in a brilliant blaze. Lucia narrows her eyes and slashes, breaking Cradle's tight offensive. The moment Cradle slips back in a flicker, Lucia surges forward to confront her head-on. Raising her blade high, she slices through the surging glow in a bright flash that illuminates everything around her. So, you're that eager to ditch your Commandant and head back to the Hetero Tower on your own? Lucia stays silent. Her blade flashes like a fierce storm, tearing through the water bit by bit, only for it to surge back together as if mending a wound. The deeper she goes, the heavier the pressure of the red tide becomes. Cradle scatters when their blades clash, leaving behind a derisive laugh. When the enemy disappears again, Lucia adjusts her stance and dives even farther down. But the red tide quickly swirls into a new human shape, a curved scythe once more, poised right behind Lucia. You really think that Commandant is safe just because I'm here? A savage surge of murderous intent tears through the construct's awareness. The device on her spine flares a bright warning red. Flames roar non-stop, propelling it away from the foe in a flash. This time, Cradle refrains from charging in. She flicks her wrist, sending her scythe into a sweeping arc, while her body tilts backward under its weight. All the while, a radiant grin remains fixed on her lips. Come on. Show me whether the blood you've wrung from the Hetero Tower can flood every corner of Constellia. In the midst of her swift descent, Lucia abruptly stops. A katana materializes in her left hand, then she whirls around, bringing both blades up in front of her. Overhead, Cradle's features lie shrouded in darkness. A swirling crimson current wraps around the scythe's blade. Just as the construct raised her blade, the humanoid hetero creature now hefts her weapon in the same manner. Bam! The attack reverberates through both blades, demolishing any defense with a resounding clash. The scythe's tip tears open a savage gash across Lucia's chest. Her complex mechanical systems rupture in an instant, shards flying from her torso. Looks like today is the day you meet your end. Lucia grips her sword hilt firmly, her stare fixed on Cradle's face. Every clang and echo around them fades into the relentless roar of the red tide. Okay, back to me. You three forge ahead, your weapons rattling with every strike. You and Chico trade off the severely injured Yuko as you ascend the exhibit stairs without pause. We're almost at the top floor. The tide behind you rushes up the stairs in a flash, its roar thunderous. The red tide is closing on the top floor too. A harsh roar echoes through the air as the building's front wall splits open, and a twisted giant claw wedges itself into the crack. A deafening roar tears through the air again as the hetero creatures lunge straight at Chico, who's still carrying the wounded Yuko on her back. Pew pew pew! The creatures snarl in pain as they crash to the ground, then tumble into the relentless red tide. Stay close to me. Two shots echo across the field, sending the hetero creatures in the way toppling off to either side. The red tide swallows and dissolves its creation, steadily eating away at the skyscrapers. The route to safety climbs endlessly upward, with only the echo of footsteps shaking the stairwell's silence. Lift, aim, pull the trigger. As the shot rings out, another hetero creature vanishes in an instant. The relentless gunfire leaves your arms tingling with numbness. You mentally track the dwindling ammo and the distance to freedom. The wall on the left side gives way in an instant, and a nimble monster pounces with its claws outstretched. Its massive jaws snap at the pistol in your hand, but you already aimed at its throat, unleashing another round. Shing! Taking advantage of the forward rush with nowhere left to run, the monster's neck collides with the shining blade. Searing hot blood splatters across your face as the creature's head detaches and tumbles free. Chico! Chico strides forward, kicking aside the headless corpse in her path. With one hand, she steadies the wounded person on her back, and with the other, she grabs your arm, hauling you clear of the surging red tide. Adrenaline spikes, powering your legs to drive upward in a swift kick. The exhaustion dissolves. You reload, aim, and pull the trigger. The bullet erupts from the chamber, tearing straight through the enemy's body. Bullets rip overhead, monsters cry out in torment, and panicked screams echo. Behind it all roars a blast so intense, it feels it could split your head open. These sounds unite into a sweeping, pulse-pounding symphony, while the tower's windows silently reflect the desperate scramble of those racing for safety. We're nearly at the top floor. As soon as we get through the door on the top floor, we can make it to the viewing bridge. This isn't a promise of hope. It's a final countdown to when there's nowhere left to run. What if the red tide rushes to the observation bridge? Then what? Is there any higher ground left? Nope. That's how things are. And what are we gonna do? You look down at the box Chaos just gave you, where a throbbing hetero creature's fruit is alive. If all goes according to plan, this fruit will fuse with her, making separation almost impossible. That way, I can keep her in check and stop her from freely controlling the red tide. Except, no human can survive taking in a hetero creature's memory like that. Are you really going to stake your life on this? The key is about to get broken. I'd guess it has maybe 2 uses left. No, it might only have 1. And you! You glance over your shoulder. Several monstrous hetero creatures are clawing their way out of the surging red tide, all vying for the exit. Pew pew! The ambushing creatures unleash piercing cries before tumbling back into the tide, one by one. Scrambling to dodge their attacks, Chico loses her footing and goes rolling down the steps. The red tide surges even closer, now just a step away. At the bottom of the stairs, Chico's leg twists at a grotesque angle, leaving her unable to stand on her own. Sensing death at her heels, Chico forces herself up. Acting purely on instinct, she raises her arms and hoists her younger sisters to safety. No! I'll pull you up! She struggles to stand, fresh blood leaking from her abdominal wound with each attempt. Both of you, take my hand! Your heart is racing, and your voice quivers as you force the words out. Before help reaches the distressed figure, a swarm of shadowy butterflies bursts out from behind them both. It glides gently across the churning water, settles near Yuko's ear, and conveys its master's command in a barely audible whisper. Then, as though it's threatening, the butterfly's proboscis drives straight through Chico's shoulder, and her blood pours down in a thick, pillar-like stream. Chico! You finally drag Chico up and guide her to the bridge entrance. At the same time, Yuko collapses on the steps, looking like she's ready to meet her end, as she watches the red butterflies. But the red butterflies ignore her, and fly straight at you and Chico. If we don't move now, we'll never make it! Those words jolt Yuko awake. Clutching her wound, she struggles to stand and, under the red butterfly's watchful gaze, makes a desperate dash toward the exit at the topmost level. Together, the 3 of you step into the highest point, one that offers no way back. The night remains dark and oppressive. On the windless observation bridge, red butterflies swirl in the air, looming as close as the bloody tide below. They make no move to launch a futile attack. Instead, they seem to linger on the bridge, observing what final stance the trio will make. In the end, you're backed into a dead end. Like there's no escaping this grim fate. Dazed, it feels like you're already trapped in that endless Inver Hetero Tower, facing the same desperate chase and bloodshed. Yeah, I've been killed like this more times than I can remember. But at the end of each tragedy, Lucia is always right there beside you. Over time, she goes from panicked to calm, ready to take everything in stride. Then, the moment finally arrives, and her face stays locked in a mix of grief and fury. Where is Lucia now? Did she get into the Inver Hetero Tower? Is there any way to roll back time before she stepped inside? If the tower's timeline isn't synced with yours, then once you're pulled back in, does that mean Constellia will remain swallowed by this red tide for good? You try to distract yourself with scattered thoughts, but you can't shake off the darkest possibility. Will Lucia still be able to return? Without thinking, you clutch the fruit Chaos gave you. She warned you you'd die for sure if you ate it, but there's a slim chance it could rein in Cradle. I'm at my wit's end. Maybe I should just do it here. And Lucia, am I really leaving her to handle this all by herself again? Yuko! You hear her cry, and see Yuko down on all fours at the bridge's edge, surrounded by swarms of butterflies that seem to hold her hostage. Stay back. I can't. She suddenly swallows the rest of her words, letting them spill out as tears. Easy, Yuko. They haven't gone after you yet. Don't provoke them. Speaking calmly, you clutch your dagger an inch closer. She trembles, gently shaking her head as her eyes dart between the two people standing in front of her. Get down! You fire a rapid series of shots to push back the butterflies around her, only for another swarm to surge in right away. Sensing your intent, the butterflies swarm over Yuko. In a single heartbeat of hesitation, one of them plunges its proboscis straight into her eye. Ah! Stay calm. I'm coming closer. Overwhelmed by the agony, Yuko tears the butterfly from her face, which makes her hand start to rot almost instantly. Please, I'm begging you. Just leave me behind. There's another level across the bridge. Let's hurry. The red tide's still rolling in, and the butterflies won't spare us. Don't give up now. You carve a path with your dagger and catch Yuko by the railing of the observation bridge. Hang on a little more. There might still be a chance. A chance? Lean on me. We... Halfway through your words, a sudden jolt of pain lances through your chest. Huh? Yuko grips a strange, slender needle and plunges it into your heart. I'm sorry. So sorry. Do you understand why your squad failed the rescue simulation? Memories from the old days flash through your mind. You... Cradle... That should be enough, right? And that Commandant will be pinned down by a pack of useless, rotten wood. Please, just let her go already! The butterflies on the bridge scatter all at once, as though echoing this last mournful cry. That line... So that's what it truly meant. I'm so sorry. so sorry. I'll give you my life if that's what it takes. Through your blurring vision, she reaches for the long needle again. You go! You... Blood rushes from your torn lung into your mouth and nose, making it almost impossible to breathe. Sit down now. Focus on stopping that bleeding. You shove Chico's arms aside and stagger toward the edge of the observation bridge, collapsing there as the red tide creeps dangerously close. It's not necessary. Right now, we're both cornered with nowhere left to turn. The key is about to get broken. I'd guess it has maybe 2 uses left. No, it might only have 1. Then... can't afford to waste it. You'll just have to gamble everything on this. You grit your teeth against the searing pain, dig out the fruit from your pocket, and force it down with the taste of blood still on your tongue. Then, you set your sights on the crimson torrent before you. In one swift motion, you hurl yourself forward. You can't tell how long passes, but the thunderous crash of the tide slowly fades. Glancing upward, you notice snowflakes drifting down from above. No matter how you try to move, you can't feel the shape of your own body. It's as if your consciousness is floating in water, becoming one with it. You drift like this for what feels like an eternity, and your scattered senses slowly converge. Now, you're able to perceive information, allowing you to sketch out the scene before you. It's January 2nd, 2161, the 3rd day since you arrived in Constellia. Chaos stands at a distance, using the fruit she planted to hold back Cradle's abilities. Cradle, perplexed, keeps checking herself, struggling to understand why the red tide has faded. It really has. Staggering footsteps approach the twin observation building, come to a halt in the street, and then kneel down in place. She lifts a jacket torn from the red tide. She lifts a torn jacket from the red tide. It's Lucia. Commandant. Her voice quivers, and her fingertips tremble. Is this all that's left for us? Are you making her show that expression again? Are you dumping all of this on her to deal with by herself? Again? Is this the only option we have left? Amid the heartrending cries, a single flash of clear crimson slips quietly into the butterfly's procession. Miracles and dawn remain just out of reach. Shaper's Ripples, by me. Ooh. So that's the end of the first part of this chapter. Ugh, this chapter's gonna be so long. But it's already been really good. It's like, it's just so... I mean, things... They always do tension really well in this game, I think. But this has been really interesting. And there's a lot of questions that need answering, especially because we started this chapter already like 74 loops into a time loop that I haven't seen the beginning of. So there's a lot that's happened that I don't know. But apparently, I've died several times. So that's fun. Well, it's a little past 2 now. So, oh! Ah! I'm so sorry I didn't see it earlier. I don't know when it happened. But thank you for subscribing, Alan. I'm sorry if I'm not saying your name right. You should tell me how to say it right. If you feel like it. But thank you for subscribing. Alan? Okay. Thank you for subscribing. You're now my very 4th subscriber. Yay! And yeah, I'm sorry I didn't see it earlier. I haven't gotten it set up to where I get like alerts for like followers or subscribers. I still don't entirely know how to do that. Hopefully I'll figure it out soon. So I only just noticed it when I looked back at my OBS. Because on here, I do have a chat thingy here that I can see this stuff. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy. I didn't expect it to happen when it did. And I'm so surprised and happy and excited. And I know I have to like work on like emotes and stuff for subscribers to be able to use. But until then, please bear with me. I will try to get them commissioned very soon. And that, I think, will be it from me tonight. So let's see who's still streaming. Oh, thank you, Kieran. Thank you for saying that I worked very hard, because sometimes I don't feel like I work hard enough, but maybe that's just all in my head. I am my own worst critic, so I really should just stop listening to myself sometimes. Not all the time. I've been getting better at it. All I need to do is play what makes me happy. Yeah. That's really all anybody who's streaming should do, I think. Just do what makes them happy. And I think that's what I like about the people that I watch stream. They do things that make them happy. And you know, it's fun to watch them have a good time and share joy with them. And so that's just kind of what I'm trying to do. But yeah, thank you again. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the congratulations. And just thanks for all of the support that you've given me since I started streaming way back in September. It's been like 7 months now. So I've got 2 channels here that I could raid. I could raid Kiro, but I just raided him last night, so I'd like to raid somebody else. We've also got Nebokeru, who's streaming. It looks like he's just working on art, and it says in his stream description that he might move to Clair Obscure, Expedition 33, maybe. So if you're like me and you want to try that game in the future, be aware of that, because I do not want any spoilers. So if you're like me and you plan on trying that out, just fair warning. But the other thing about Nebokeru, also known as JP, is that he is the one who made my PNG. So it's a big thanks for Nebokeru for even allowing me to do this. Alright, so let's go raid. Once again, thank you all so much, and I hope you all have a really, really good day tomorrow, a good rest of your week, a good weekend, and so on and so forth into infinity. Bye!